One. Let's call to order the February the 6th, 2020 board meeting of the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners, located at Davy Crockett Tower, Conference Room 1B, 500 James Robertson Parkway, Nashville, Tennessee. Welcome, everybody. Roll call, please.
We have anybody on the phone, Wanda?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Good. Brian.
Brian's on the
Yeah,
phone.
Brian.
Okay.
Yeah,
Blair Parker.
Present.
Brian Tibbs.
present.
Ricky Versailles.
Here.
Susan Ballard Gribble.
Here.
Robert Campbell.
Here.
Richard Thompson. Frank Wagster.
Here.
Kathy Ware.
Here.
Alton Heathcote.
Absolutely the death to be here.
Steve King.
Here.
And Ben Brickta.
Here.
We have quorum. We have Brian Tibbs on the phone, and we have quorum.
Thank you. And acknowledge the guests in the room. We have, let's see, two folks back here. Thank you. And introduction to our new board member, Ben Brickta. Ben, as a courtesy to you, I think it would be good for all of us to go around the sort of the table or the here and tell you who we are, and then at the end, the conclusion of that, then if you will just tell us more about yourself. And I'll start. My name is Blair Parker. I'm a landscape architect. I'm from West Tennessee, the West Tennessee rep for landscape architects, and I guess that's the current chairman of the board. So, Robert.
I'm Robert Campbell. I'm the East Tennessee board member. I'm from Knoxville, civil engineer with Robert Campbell and Associates.
Hi, I'm Kathy Ware. I am the Middle Tennessee voting member of the engineering committee and have been in the engineering consulting business for 30 plus years, and excited to meet you yesterday.
Ricky Versailles. I'm the West Tennessee board member, and I'm a mechanical engineer and work with a mechanical electrical firm in Memphis.
Hey, I'll introduce myself to you already. Alton. Hello. I'm on mute. Did somebody do that on purpose? I think I actually did it. I'm Alton Heathcote. I'm the associate board member for Middle Tennessee. My firm is here in Middle Tennessee, Heathcote and Davis Engineers.
Steve King. I'm the East Tennessee associate engineering board member, and I work for the city of Knoxville.
I'm Susan Ballard Gribble. I own a commercial interior design firm in Knoxville.
And I'm Frank Wagster. I'm the West Tennessee architectural representative, and I have a firm, TLM, in Jackson, Tennessee.
Got Ben Brickta, the public member. In my first meeting here, I'm really excited to be on the board. I'm a volunteer chaplain for the police department in Chattanooga and a semi-retired real estate broker.
Fantastic. Well, welcome. We also have support staff here with us. Let's introduce ourselves as well, because we have a couple of new people as well to the A&E board staff. So, Wanda, if you begin.
Wanda Phillips, the administrative manager of the board.
I'm Morgan Callis. I'm the new administrator for the Engineer and Architect Board as well.
We have Emmeline Austin, who is upstairs working diligently, but who was here earlier, so she's also a new staff member.
I'm Maria Bush. I'm the program attorney for this board.
And I'm Stuart Huffman. I'm the disciplinary counsel for the board.
And I'm Jennifer Peck, and I'm the executive director.
Thank you very much. Any announcements? Okay, the review of the agenda. Are there any changes, modifications to the agenda? The published agenda? Yes.
Yesterday at the engineering committee, we discussed a draft purpose statement for the definition of engineering, and we talked about it, and I submitted it in writing, and Wanda printed it off, so I'd like to present that today.
Fantastic. So we'll add that.
Please.
And that will be, you'll add that to the engineering committee?
It's actually the definitions. Which isn't listed.
Yes. Okay. All right, great. So with that, any additional modifications, additions? Seeing none, I don't believe this requires a vote. Don't believe so. So let's move on. Meeting minutes of December 2019 board meeting. So everybody had an opportunity to review those minutes. Questions? Modifications?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Professional society reports.
Because I'm mute. Take that as a sign. Good morning. I'm Casey Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of the American Council of Engineering Companies of Tennessee and the Tennessee Society of Professional Engineers. I thought I would really give you the good news. The governor did his State of the State address on Monday and had a couple of initiatives that I'm really excited about that I think you will be too. He announced, and in the following budget meetings the rest of this week, he's announced really just only 4 major capital projects, and 2 of them are engineering related. One is he is committed to the new engineering building at Tennessee Tech. The other is to fund the STEM building at the University of Memphis, which is great news. We've been working on both of those for a while. He also has announced during his State of the State the Future Workforce Initiative, which is going to add 100 new middle school STEM programs by 2022, and it will triple the number of STEM designated schools. They have so far seen a 100% increase in the number of schools applying to receive STEM designation. So I think that's great news. The governor's budget, of course, is just a budget that needs to be approved by the legislature. And so we will continue to advocate for those STEM related items because I think they are really important in terms of the future for engineering and the rest of our professions. We're super excited to announce that yesterday was the bill filing deadline in the House, today in the Senate. So the four of us who sit back here, and Nathan and I have been spending a lot of time across the street. There's a lot going on, and a lot that I hope you all will look into over time. Want to make sure you all are more than welcome to attend our legislative reception, which will be for the architects, engineers, and the construction industry, but everyone is welcome to attend. That has been filed with ethics, so you are formally invited, and I'll make sure you all get invitations to that, but that'll be February 26th in the evening at Woolworth, which is on 5th Avenue, sort of between Puckett's and the Frothy Monkey. Great venue. It'll be a great time. So please join us if you can. The Engineers Day on the Hill is not going to be connected to the legislative reception. We're going to wait until March the 10th. So we should have a lot of registrants in town advocating for licensure and a number of other issues. In other news, our leadership class has kicked off and is going really well and trying to develop future leaders of our future people to really drive the industry, and excited about that. We are gearing up for the next session of our PE exam review class. We think we have an opportunity to take that class from our Tennessee-based class and broadcast it nationally. There are no PE exam review classes offered at the national level through NSPE, which is National Society of Professional Engineers, and we have the ability to do that. So I think we're going to go ahead and offer it on a national scale, which will hopefully bring some attention to the wonderful people that we have, the Tennessee engineers who are teaching that course. It runs 10 different weeks leading up to the next exam. And I am going to be super quick today, and that's all I'm going to tell you, unless you have questions for me, which I'm happy to answer.
Questions?
You have a question? Yes, ma'am. I'm not in charge. So.
I know you've been working diligently on this, and I didn't know if you received any feedback on the definition, the engineering definition.
So we talked about it a little bit yesterday in the engineering committee. I've sent the engineering definition out to lots of folks. You all sort of gave me the directive at the last board meeting to take it back to engineering definition 7.0, has gone back to the technical and professional societies, and as well as ACEC, which is the trade side of things. I have received zero feedback. What I asked, which is a great thing, it wasn't zero. I said, only give me feedback if it's sort of major roadblocks, stumbling blocks that you see. This is not the day to say, I would like a comma here, I would like a comma there. We just want to know if if you all wanted to know if you're on the right track. With two of the groups, with the ASCE, which is the American Society of Civil Engineers, I actually sat down with them at their state board meeting and went and explained what we were looking for and what it was, and asked for that feedback. So, and with both of my groups, and so I feel like the directive was there and there was not major pushback, which means to me that yes, in fact, 7.0 is getting pretty close.
Additional questions, comments?
There was one, and I can't remember, but it was a thank you for on the the PE exam, the review course. Thank you for helping lead that, and I know we've got a lot of people instructing it, but it always takes somebody to kind of put the pieces together. I've heard great things about it, and I think the pass rate from people that take that course is very, very high.
Yes. There are years, most years it's 100%, and typically the years that it isn't is when we have people who are not first-time takers.
I know Tennessee Tech is extremely excited about their new building.
I'll tell you, so is U of M. It's been a good week for those projects.
It's
nice to have that and the focus on STEM is really important as well.
Casey, that 10-week lead up, is that to the spring exam or the fall exam?
We do it both.
We do both.
We do it twice a year. We share it. So it used to be that TSPE did one and ASCE did the other, and it just is silly. It's a lot easier when we just have one. We use the same people, the same curriculum for all of it. So now we just join those just so that there doesn't need to be any competition about who's spreading the word. We just want more people in it. So we do it before both, leading up to both. We used to have occasions where we would have to cancel it, if we don't have enough people to sort of to make it work, and we haven't had to do that in about 4 years. And now that Lipscomb allows us to use their space, they've got great technology in there, and so it's all of those courses every week are recorded. They're not recorded for life because of just because of the rights of the class or whatever, but they are recorded so the students can go back for a week while they're studying that section and sort of remember the conversation, and it's very thorough. I don't understand a word they say, which is how I assume it's good. Thank y'all for everything that you do.
Thank you, Casey.
Oh, sorry, one more thing, because I told the board, the engineering committee this yesterday. The ARPL, which is a national group of AIA, landscape architects, NSPE, and CPAs, and maybe somebody else I'm forgetting. I was with their director 2 weeks ago in Washington, and they're working on really great stuff. And the sort of phrase that they use a lot, that I've started to use a lot, is rigorous for a reason when it comes to licensure. And there is a great video on their website, which is arplmaybe.com. You might just Google ARPL, but they have a great video of what a licensing board does. with actually interesting interviews. It's pretty short, but it's supposed to be used. It's geared to use it with legislators and others who wonder what it is that you all do. So, thought I would mention that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nathan?
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Nathan Ridley. I represent the Tennessee chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects. As Casey noted, some people say the legislative session really starts on the bill filing deadline because people have to put their cards on the table. But it's one thing to talk about a piece of legislation, but if you actually file it, the seriousness level of it goes up. So I think the House got up to 2,900 bills yesterday, so they're going to be busy. That includes the carryovers from last year. And y'all remember we've talked about before, if they didn't pass last year, they could still be brought up. On the landscape architect front, our day on the Hill looks like we're looking for a breakfast on April the 1st, which might be a little bit late, but it worked for the group. So sometimes we're a herd of cats. We had an executive committee call this week. Our annual meeting will be in May in Knoxville, May 28 and 29. And we're very excited still. We've talked about this a little bit before. The national meeting of the American Society of Landscape Architects will be in Nashville, not this year, but in 2021. So there's a lot of lead time to putting on one of those national conferences with budget and the staff and things like that. We're pumped about that. To circle back to the legislature again, we're also excited about the STEM funding in the governor's budget, but we also have a few little pressure points that we're working on for bills that have already been filed and have actually been scheduled for subcommittee hearings next week. And it's sort of what to segue with what Casey had. It deals with what does it mean to have a license? If you're licensed, if you want to be a landscape architect or an engineer or an architect, can you just say I want to be one of those and start practicing? And sometimes on our elected officials will say, well, if everybody's okay with it, if the owner says I'm willing to use that person and they sign an agreement, that might be okay. And we actually have a bill to that effect. So we have to sort of talk about the importance of education and experience and taking the test. And we bump into it also with y'all work on this. I call it comity. For lawyers, I can't help myself. Sometimes I try to recover. But if I'm licensed in Tennessee, and I've been licensed for 5 years, most states I can go and not have to take the exam again because of my successful experience here. And y'all do that for the design professionals that you work with as well. And the processing of those requests, I think, sometimes draws some criticism. I think this board does that pretty quickly. So we'll try to educate our legislative friends on that process, on those pieces of legislation. And I think that's the news from Lake Wobegon. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to get too far down the weeds. That's all I have. Happy to respond to your questions, comments, observations, and welcome, sir. Good.
Yeah, and this is just a general question, but your comment kind of spurred it. Do we have a statistic on what our turnaround time is for comity applications?
I'd love to know what that is.
I don't know. I don't know that we track it, but I agree with you. I think it's really good. I think staff does a great job of getting it to us. Mm-hmm. If they've got 3 or 4 or 2 or 3, whatever the number is, we get those, and I think we process them, to me, within a couple weeks. But that's just me kind of looking. And then I don't want to put in extra layer of stuff, but I didn't know if we had something that would make it easy to look at too, because
that might, I'm like you, I don't want to create work for anybody, but it might be a nice arrow in the quiver of the folks back here that I work with in the legislative arena.
But again, trust me, I can with fairly good confidence say it's around a couple weeks and be in pretty good shape once we get the information in from everybody. But that's the problem, is getting information in. Sometimes you're held up. But anyway, if we had it, if it don't, please don't go try to
And
look
just
through
to
stuff.
show y'all sort of the educational process, most of y'all, lawyers aren't really, we're more territorial, but design professionals, y'all tend to be licensed in several states. I mean, Tennessee's a long, skinny state, and the work is fairly fluid. Yeah, and from talking to y'all before, I know there's a significant number of licenses from other states that y'all maintain, so you'll be eligible to do the work there. And some legislators were surprised to hear that. So just kind of food for thought of kind of showing the learning curve. Yes, sir, Rick.
Just a quick support statement to that. Yeah, we had a couple weeks ago, I got an email that said, we've got a comedy application that this person would like to start work tomorrow. So we reviewed the comedy application very quickly, and I think it'd be good for legislators to know that we have that nimble ability when it arises.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful to know that y'all are that responsive. We'll share that. Okay.
And I will add, from the landscape architectural perspective, I think it's a pretty quick turnaround. But it surprises me how often an applicant will send something in to the state for a comedy situation and not provide all the correct information or thorough information. And what I've been impressed by our staff is that they make sure before it shifts over to the board members to review those applications that the information is thorough. And sometimes applicants don't care for that, but the truth is they need to be thorough, and as we have to be thorough with what we do. So thank you. I am shifting gears a little bit. You mentioned 2,900 bills. I'm curious, is that for the legislature, is that common? Is that a lot this year?
That's about par for the course. Usually it's 2,500, 3,000 over a 2-year time frame. So.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a target-rich environment. Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to go next?
Good morning. My name is Ashley Cates. I'm Executive Vice President of AIA Tennessee. I'm just going on the heels of Casey and Nathan regarding legislative sessions, fast and furious. And so we're monitoring any legislation that would impact the profession. We're also supporting state historic tax credit this year to encourage revitalization of historic buildings in Tennessee. So that will be our big thing. We have down the hill, February 26th, we're going to visit with our legislators, and we're having a joint legislative reception that evening at Woolworths on 5th that used the federal historic tax credit to become revitalized. So other than that, we're just working with staff on some of the various rule-making procedures and trying to make sure everything's clarified for that. But that's all I have at this time. If you have any questions or anything.
Questions? Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Don Baltimore, representing Tennessee Interior Design Education and Advocacy. And it's good to see all of you, and welcome to the board. Look forward to working with you. I don't have a lot to state this morning other than we will be working with the other associations and the board on legislation that affects the design professions, and the interior designers do not have any legislation that they are introducing and pushing this year. On the board level, we have submitted nominees to the governor for the vacancy when Susan's term ends this year, but we haven't heard anything back from them as of this time. So.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Don. We'll move into legal case reports.
Morning. Number one on the legal report is 2019-091-011. Respondent was hired to inspect the structural integrity of the foundation of a residential building as a contingency for the sale of the house. Respondent's report states a few additional measures that may be taken to extend the life of the foundation, but overall, in his opinion, the home is safe for occupancy and all issues are considered long-term liabilities. Complainant alleges roughly a month and a half after purchasing walls were showing cracks in all directions. Separation has been noted in and around the fireplace, walls, ceilings, baseboards, floorboards, doors, and even the tile shower. Additionally, the floors have begun to stain and buckle as if experiencing water damage, and the doors are sticking. The deadbolt is no longer functional, as well as the ceiling experiencing signs of water damage and nails coming out of the walls, ceilings, etc. The house has visibly shifted, and the cracks in the foundation have grown considerably. Complainant had a foundation repair company come out and look, and they noted some inadequacies in the home's foundation. As stated before, the respondent was hired by a selling agent and asked to evaluate the understructure relative to a specific concern identified by the home inspection. The house was built in 1920 and renovated in 1955. Respondent performed an independent structural inspection within the crawl space and found recent modifications and reinforcements. A structural report was prepared finding that the original foundation support piers had leaned over the years, the central floor support girder beam was twisted, and the perimeter foundation wall had moved due to impacts from adverse drainage over the years. The respondent's report describes the foundation issues as ongoing and long-term liabilities. No professional conduct or competency issues were found. Reviewed by Board Member Stephen King, mitigating factors is that no competency issues found. There are no aggravating factors. Recommendation to close.
Thank you. Steve, is there anything you'd like to add to this?
Well, I did review this, and when you look at the photographs, you can see some potential for problems. I think the engineer noted that he felt that the structure was adequate for the present, but he did make several specific recommendations and noted the comment that Stuart mentioned about several ongoing and long-term liabilities with the structure. So I felt he did an adequate job to notify his client of the problems.
Thank you. Entertain a motion. We do have a recommendation to close this. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to close.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Number 2, 2019-094-691. A board complaint was opened alleging respondent is using the term professional engineer and practicing engineering without proper licensure. Respondent is designing systems to prevent or remediate a number of airborne constituents that can cause health issues for residents of individual homes. In the literature, the term engineer or engineering is not in the name of the company. Instead, the term industrial hygienist is used. Industrial hygienists do have the training to identify and treat airborne constituents that may cause harm to the public, and an engineering license is not necessary to perform those services. However, respondent's bio is featured on the website and uses the designation of professional engineer. Respondent does have a Kentucky engineer license. In 2010, respondent was penalized for holding out as a professional engineer on an expired license. Respondent was denied Tennessee licensure in 1994. It's reviewed by Board Member Alton Heathcote. Mitigating factors is no need for licensure for industrial hygienist. Aggravating factors is using the designation of professional engineer without licensure. Recommendation is authorize a civil penalty of $1,000 and demand respondent to remove any reference of a professional engineer from the bio.
Thank you. Alton?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I dug a little deeper into that. He also uses it in his promotional materials and his proposals to potential clients, and that's also in some of that the material that he submits where he holds himself out. He designates that he is an industrial hygienist, but he also uses the term professional engineer in those things too. And again, he's using the appellation engineer, and that's a violation of 62-2-102A. And I actually know a little bit about this particular company, and I know from related experience that when he talks to people, he does indicate that he is a professional engineer. I suppose adds credibility to any proposal that he provides to somebody. So I feel pretty strongly that based on the number of times that he does this and the number of times he issues proposals, that $1,000 fine is merited.
Thank you.
I guess my question is the complaint on the basis of his? What's the complaint on the basis of because he proposed in Tennessee?
Yeah, most of his work is in Tennessee. He resides in Tennessee. Most of the services he performs in Tennessee.
So it wasn't. I just didn't know what the origin of the complaint was.
Well, he had provided a proposal to the complainant for providing services, and he used the Appalachian engineer.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And he is licensed in Kentucky.
He is.
So as a design professional in Kentucky, I would assume he should know what the rules are with regard to calling oneself an engineer wherever he goes.
Correct. He should have known that.
It has nothing to do with the case, but sort of does. Obviously, as we get people licensed in multiple states, more and more, and architects may be facing this even more. On websites and things, is it proper then to say what state you're licensed in as a professional engineer? Do we need to maybe kind of emphasize that every once in a while? Because in websites, people you tend to get sloppy because you never go back and look at them and you never change things like you should. Because it would seem that if you scoured enough of these websites, you're probably going to find a lot of people that either their license is inactive or they've let it go, whatever, that are no longer licensed in the state, and it may give that appearance. But that is the proper designation, right? Is that we just say licensed in Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, and we need to say that on our website correspondence.
Yeah, and I know typically when you see lawyers on their letterhead, it specifically states licensed in these states. I agree with you. Again, when the only policing, I suppose, that we do is when a complaint is filed, specifically when a complaint is filed. And I can't imagine the level of effort it would take to go out and do research into everybody who potentially provides that service or uses that appellation. So in this particular case, a complaint was filed. It was a legitimate complaint, and it's apparent that the respondent has done this for years.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept the recommendation by Alton to assess a $1,000 civil penalty and demand the respondent remove reference of professional engineer from his bio.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Steve.
I notice in our, I guess it's in our rules, a list of potential penalties. Also, along with that is noted oftentimes a cease and desist order is. So I wondered if we should consider that, and I don't know if Stuart, if that's a part of your recommendation, since you're suggesting that he remove all that information from his correspondence and website and so forth.
The language is included in the consent order.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional, Frank?
I happen to notice it doesn't say taken past the laws and rules exam.
Yeah, you're right.
He's not licensed in Tennessee.
But he still should know the laws and rules in Tennessee. If he's going
Should we find out if Kentucky has a laws and rules exam?
Good point. Yeah. He's above the rules and laws.
Any additional thoughts, comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All in favor? Thank you. Motion passes.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we actually need to do a roll call because we have Mr. Tibbs on the phone.
Would this be accurate for all the votes today?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's start this over. Let's do a roll call, please.
Blair, one quick question. Parliamentary procedures. I mean, you did the vote last time on the first case. Should you go back and redo it on that one as well?
Yes, we can. We can either do it right after this one or wait till the end.
We'll also approve the minutes. We'll leave that too.
And also approve the minutes by roll call.
Okay. So
let's
for
start over.
So just start over. It's 9:01. Let's get started. Groundhog Day type situation. Okay, let's deal with this one. Let's vote on this one. Then let's go back to the first one that we approved. Vote on that. Then we'll go back to our meeting minutes. Is that fair? Okay, we're on the current. We're on number 2, as I recall.
Blair Parker,
Yes.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Ricky Bersai,
Yes.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell, Rick Thompson, Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
Alton Heathcote.
Yes. I
You
don't
don't
think
vote.
I don't vote yet.
I hate to leave you out.
But I'm gonna.
I hate to leave you out,
I want to
Alan.
make a yes.
Steve King. Can't vote. Ben Brickdup.
Yes.
So do we need to have it on the record, Stuart, or just not call them at all? Should I call their names or not call their names? Call them. Okay. All right, back to the first one. Can you give us that number again, Stuart?
Well, it's number 1-2019-091-011. Recommendation was to close. And now the board's vote.
Blair Parker,
Yes.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Ricky Bersai,
Yes.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell, Richard Thompson, not present, Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
Alton Heathcote.
In accordance with 62-2-201 A6, as an associate member, I have no voting privileges.
Stephen King.
I would vote yes, though.
Stephen King.
Can't vote.
Ben Brickta.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back. Do we need a motion again to approve the minutes? Probably. Just do it all again.
Let's go back to the meeting minutes. You've had the opportunity to review the meeting minutes, and I believe we had a motion and a second to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Blair Parker,
Yes.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Ricky Bersai,
Yes.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell,
Yes.
Richard Thompson, not present, Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
Alton Heathcote,
Can't vote.
Stephen King,
Ditto.
Ben Brickta.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move back to the legal report, please. Item number 3.
Number 3, 2019-094-331. Complainant is a municipal building inspector / plans review examiner. A licensed contractor submitted a set of drawings. Included in the drawings were 2 sheets and were copies of the original set of plans from the builder that had been stamped by respondent. Respondent is not the original designer, and the drawings weren't his original works. The 2 drawings in question were prepared by the respondent. Respondent was given house drawings that were purchased by the owner / client. Respondent prepared drawings for a specific house with some differences to the original. Respondent recalculated all loads and load paths and confirmed the design or redesign of all the items that were shown in the drawings. He removed all items from the drawing that he didn't recalculate, confirm, or redesign. When the respondent stamped the sheet, he took full responsibility for everything on the sheet. Although not a violation, respondent did not identify the project title, such as the house address. The builder used respondent's drawings for another house without the respondent's knowledge. The respondent should have identified the two drawings with a specific house address. This practice may have discouraged the use of drawings for other projects without the knowledge and consent of the registrant. Reviewed by board member Ricky Bursai. Mitigating factors, no violations found. Aggravating factors, failure to identify the project. Recommendation is to send a letter of caution to respondent concerning identifying specific projects on drawings.
Okay, Ricky? Comments?
Yes, I reviewed this and looking at our rules for somebody stamping a drawing, revisions to a drawing, I felt like the respondent met all of our rules in that case. The note we're making here is really a good practice. What would be a good practice to put the job address on the drawings? We don't really have a rule that says that, but it's a good practice thing. And in this case, it kind of led to the drawings being reused. Perhaps I guess there could be a complaint with the builder who used this person's stamp drawing of this house for another house without the respondent's knowledge. I guess that would be a totally different complaint. But so in this case, I just didn't find any violation, but thought a letter of caution about identification would be good if that's legally, if that's the right level where we would want to convey that information.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Steve?
Was the structure exempt?
Probably. It was there is probably 3 stories. It's probably 3 stories. I don't know the exact square footage, but I didn't see that as necessarily material, and that you can stamp work that is exempt. It's just now how did we use the stamp?
Kathy?
I was just wondering if under our rules with regard to registrants, does a registrant or potential registrant have to report a letter of caution relative to?
It's not disciplinary action, but it still goes on their file. But no, they don't have to report that.
Okay, I just want to know how big the stain against this individual is with regard to that.
But it seems we're talking about a best practice.
Yeah, it's
situation.
I was just in looking at it all, I felt like this isn't anything that I would like it to be a level, or I recommend a level that is not necessarily have to be reported to other boards and would not be an official disciplinary thing, but would be hopefully an instructional kind of message.
Any additional thoughts, comments?
Is there a level below letter of caution, like an informal?
There's like a letter of instruction or a close.
Does it have the same weight?
It's pretty much the same. It's a letter of instruction, letter of caution. It's about the same.
About the same.
It's just a kind of a heads up.
Yeah.
This will avoid somebody using this somewhere else.
Yeah. I think it is a good thing to do. I just, as stated, I just want to make sure we aren't creating a mountain out of a molehill for the man or woman.
Exactly. Additional comments?
For the question about square footage, it's 5,472 square feet.
Other thoughts, questions? Okay, we have a recommendation before us. We'll entertain a motion.
And the only reason I'm going to say this is because the words you used were to instruct him. And I mean, it seems like a letter of instruction is more a valid letter than letter of caution. I think so I would make a motion that we send a letter of instruction to the applicant, just concerning specific projects on the design page or on the drawings. I think that's because that's really what we're doing. We say we're cautioning, but it's more of a instruction, I think, just based on what you said.
So that is your motion?
Yes, sir.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll call the vote.
Roll call vote.
Roll call.
Blair Parker,
Yes.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Ricky Bersai,
I have to abstain as a reviewer.
okay, Susan Bauer Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell,
Yes.
Frank Wagster,
Yeah.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
Ben Brickta.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And number 4, 2019-076-541. Complainant alleges respondent, a licensed alarm systems contractor, was paid by a local shop owner that submitted several fire alarm shop drawings to the city with an unauthorized seal placed on the drawing without the prior knowledge or approval of the principal architect. The engineer on this project also complained that their title block with signed seal was used without authorization. The shop owner was unable to submit proper fire alarm system drawings to receive final approval of the project. The shop owner terminated the contract with the respondent and demanded reimbursement of the $3,000 deposit. The shop owner hired another company in order to get the plans approved. Respondent denies using an engineer's seal and did not draft any of the drawings. He used a local engineer to provide the drawings. Respondent states that the NICET fire alarm company in North Carolina allegedly admitted to reusing the seal on their drawings. Respondent is licensed in Tennessee to perform fire, burglar, and CCTV work. Contact was made with the NICET fire alarm company, which stated they used the engineer's drawing showing locations for the fire alarm devices designed by the electrical engineer. The company then created shop drawings showing how each device interconnects with each other, which included voltage drop calculations, devices proposed, as well as head end to be approved by local AHJ before committing work per NFPA 72. This company denies altering any device changes or reusing the engineer's seal. This NICET company worked with the shop owner and did not know the respondent. They also denied using any architect or engineer seal without authorization. Legal is waiting on copies of all plans from complainant as the scanned files are too large to email. This was reviewed by board member Ricky Bersai. There's no mitigating or aggravating factors right now. The recommendation is to place in monitoring status in order to review further.
Ricky, any comments?
I had a lot of questions when I reviewed the information sent to me and just don't feel like there's enough to draw any conclusions. Had a lot of questions that I sent back, and the things that were said in here about, this person sent an email saying this. I wanted to see the email. I wanted to see the plans in question, and there were a lot of names included in the report. I couldn't tell what role they each played, so it was kind of a mess. So anyway, when we get this information, hopefully we can straighten all of it out and see what happened.
So the recommendation, as I understand it, is to move it forward, to wait until we receive this information, at which time, whether it's our next meeting or the following meeting, then we'll deal with it at that time. So any other questions at this moment?
That require a motion. And I would like to move that we place it in this particular review and monitoring status in order to review further.
Motion?
A second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Well, roll call vote. Sorry.
Blair Parker,
Yes.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Ricky Bersai, no, sorry,
Abstain. Yeah.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell,
Yes.
Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
Nelson Heathcote. Nope, sorry. Ben Brickta.
Yes.
I'm too methodical.
But wait, just a moment. Steve has a
I
comment.
apologize. I had a question on the previous one, but couldn't get the floor. But it bothers me somewhat that we didn't open a complaint against the contractor, because it says that the contractor used the engineer's drawings for another structure. Seems to me that we should open a complaint against the contractor.
So I agree, but then I'm going to ask a question on that. You have these drawings for buildings that are reproduced across, a fast food place may have the exact same drawing, and everything's the exact same that the contractor uses.
Except the site plan.
But everything else is the same, which I don't think the site plan here was in question. It was the internal structural and
fire alarms,
or maybe some load-bearing walls, whatever the situation may have been. So I understand what you're saying, but if he didn't put that number on there, I don't know what the difference is between, and you guys that do more stuff across, if you're using and I'll use McDonald's. If you have McDonald's, it's going to be that McDonald's. It's going to be the same McDonald's over here and over here. Do you put an address-specific set of plans together? Do you just say it's a McDonald's and we're going to use it everywhere? Because if this contractor didn't have a address on there, then I don't know that it's not, well, we just developed, in the house, people that are selling the house plans do that, don't they? They sell a set of house plans that are generically to be used wherever, I don't know the answer. I'm just asking a question to see, because I understand what you're saying, but if there's nothing on there that says it's specifically for this site, I don't know how you can say that. That's
the part that concerns me is the respondent, in this case, the engineer, did not know the builder was going to use it for this other house, and that you would think they would have that in an agreement, that this respondent would have known that his seal would be going on something that would be used in several places. So that's worrisome. And the other thing is, and you guys can tell me more, it seems like maybe a building foundation might be site specific, just depending on soil and slope and things like that.
Susan?
Because I do franchise hotels, yes, each drawing has its own address. It's specific to that project. But also, we typically have a copyright on our title block. So if he doesn't have that, then he's leaving himself open to anybody that wants to use it, And there's another problem if he doesn't realize his drawings are to be copyrighted for that particular project. So anyway, just a thought.
Elton?
I'm gonna go back and agree with Steve specifically for one reason. If you look at the very last paragraph, the second sentence, it says, "The builder used the respondent's drawings for another house without the respondent's knowledge." So I agree in that situation. He took an article that the respondent had prepared and provided professional services for, and just applied it to another facility without consulting with the respondent to see if it was applicable. That's basically stealing somebody's seal and reusing it. So I agree that there needs to be a complaint entered against whoever the builder was.
Right.
I think the respondent has some recourse against the builder. When you seal drawings, they're your possession, and they're not to be taken and reused wherever you want to reuse them. And now, what we can do as a board to the contractor, I'm not sure, but the respondent himself could sue the guy for doing that. but I don't know if we can advise him to do.
Steve?
I think it was last meeting we issued a significant penalty for a contractor who modified a drawing without the knowledge of the registrant. If I recall, it was $6,000 penalty.
And left the stamp on the drawing.
Left
right?
the stamp
As I
and
recall.
modified the. This is a very similar situation. He didn't modify anything. He just used it without the knowledge.
Do we know for certain he didn't modify it at all?
No, we don't know that. I mean, I don't know that, but either way, I think it's just as significant to take someone's stamped drawing and use it in another location. I mean, if the engineer in this situation was aware of it and stamped it, that's fine. But another person doesn't have the right to do that. And I agree with Frank that the engineer may have recourse, but I think this board has rules against that kind of behavior.
So your thought is we have the right to somehow notify the contractor.
We have the right to open a complaint and issue appropriate action, and we've done it before with penalties.
Alton?
I agree. I mean, there have been times in the past we've had situations similar to this, and we've also deferred it over to the contractor's licensing board. But in this situation, there's no information that we have to demonstrate this guy's even licensed. The builder, I'm sure he has some sort of a license, or he wouldn't be doing what he's doing. But I don't know that the contractor's licensing board would take this from us as a complaint and take necessary action on it. But in addition to what Steve is talking about, we may want to provide this information and enter a request that the contractor's licensing board review it also.
We can refer the complaint to the contractor's board. Yes.
So do we need to put that? Do we need to go back to this item and amend our motion to do so?
I wouldn't think this is a separate action. I would think the previous motion dealt with with the respondent. This is a separate issue. So my suggestion is that we open a complaint against the contractor, and if you want also to send it to the contractor's board, that's fine too. But my recommendation is that this board open a complaint against the contractor.
So let's make sure we're on the right item. Let's get back to where we're supposed to be be discussing this.
We're discussing number 3, 2019-094-331. I think really all we need is just a recommendation. I don't think we need a vote. And what we'll do is we'll actually just send the complaint to the contractor's board, and then they can look at it and decide whether they want to open up a complaint or not.
I think Steve also wanted our board to enter or create, or I guess develop a complaint specifically against the builder for using, without permission, an architect's seal on a parallel project without the architect's knowledge.
That would take a vote.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion for discussion with regard to case number 2019-094-331, that the AE board open a complaint against the licensed contractor that is referenced in the complaint on the basis of the use of unauthorized use of an engineer's seal.
We have a motion on the floor.
A second.
And a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to have some discussion because, sorry, I'm just kind of going back through the rules again. I think we probably ought to, and I hate to defer motions, but I think we may need to do that. All the stuff that we look at where we say seals being illegally used or improperly used have the name a registrant, and it's pretty consistent through that. I would just like to know what jurisdiction, and maybe we need to make that into a rule or a policy or a something that we can kind of keep going back to, because this topic comes up from time to time. And I agree with Steve. I think we've done it in several cases in the past where we've assessed a fine to a non-registrant. We basically did that here. We just did it to a Kentucky, somebody who was registered in Kentucky, not in Tennessee. So we just did that exact same thing in this meeting. So what is our, I think sending it to the contractors board's fine too, but it seems that we do have some jurisdiction to go after people who infringe on our registrants, licensure. Yeah, I'm sorry. But I'd like to know are there boundaries to that or not? Because I'm a devil advocate, right? I'm going to speak out of both sides. But on one side, our rule only says registrant. But we've had multiple cases on this board, and again, just one we just did where it was a non-registrant that we assessed a fine to. So where are our limits at on that? I mean, I think we've battled with that off and on for a while. Anyway, that's my comment.
And my comment would be, my only concern of this is, in particular, I know in the residential industry, plans are used over and over and over, and I'm hopeful this was not just a misunderstanding between the design professional and the contractor, but that wasn't the sense, that wasn't the complaint that I heard. So yes.
One clarification, since I did look at the plans, these weren't floor plans that I think of as being reused. This was structural information. This was foundations and all the structure all the way up to the roof, that was with structural calculations.
Thank you. Alton?
Thank you. Robert, going back to what you were saying, 62-2-102B says it is unlawful for any person other than a registered architect or engineer to prepare plans and specifications for any building or structure other than the following. And it's got that list of less than 3 stories in height, less than 5,000 square feet, etc. Again, I don't think we knew whether this building was less than 3 stories or less than 5,000 square feet.
It is over 5,000 square feet.
And it's 3 stories, I think you said. So in this particular case, it would have required a registered architect or engineer to perform whatever services were on that job. Therefore, since it's unlawful for any person other than a registered architect or engineer to prepare those plans, I think we're well within our bounds to pursue action against the contractor.
May I make a comment as well, Alton? And 62-2-101, right above that, any person offering practicing architecture, engineering, or landscape architecture, or using the title registered interior design shall be registered as provided in this chapter, and it is unlawful for any person to practice or offer to practice unless the person has been duly registered under this chapter or the exceptions apply, which in this case it sounds like it doesn't. So I think that corroborates what we just said.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Robert, do you have your...
Yeah, I've got just a quick thing, and I appreciate that comment about lawful and unlawful, but it's unlawful for any person to practice or offer to practice or use the title, and I understand that. And I don't know that what this contractor did was necessarily offer to practice. He illegally stamps, and maybe that's the same thing. But something that's unlawful, who's got the jurisdiction to enforce that law? That's my question.
Well, it's our rule.
I understand that, but
and we are the policing agency.
I get that, but then when I come back to this is the law, and I go back to our rules do not say anything but for a registrant. So if it's unlawful, it's unlawful. I understand that, but I mean, it's just like there's criminal court and there's circuit court or whatever, right? It's still, both of them are unlawful, but it's who hears the case. So are we the correct jurisdiction? Just because it's unlawful doesn't mean we're the correct body to adjudicate that case, correct? And that's always been, I get it, it's unlawful. What the contractor did to me was unlawful, no questions. But then when we go to our rules, it says registrant, and we are the Board of Architects and Engineer Examiners, where we are over the registrants. So I think it needs a little bit more fleshing out, because we just did the same thing that I'm disagreeing with, right? I mean, we just did it. So, I mean, anyway, I'm sorry.
Alton?
Again, your last comment's exactly right. There's significant precedent that we have set for doing exactly what we're recommending to do. And it very clearly, I'm not sure where the law is. It's not in our laws and rules, but it must exist somewhere, since we say it is unlawful for any person other than a registered architect or engineer to prepare plans and specifications for any building, with those exceptions that would exempt them. But this was not one of those. This didn't meet one of those exemptions.
And just to kind of speak to the board's jurisdiction, you are a regulatory board to regulate the profession, and those who are practicing or offering to practice, that's under your jurisdiction. And so the statute that we reference is your statute that the legislator created, and then the rules, the authority from the rules kind of come from the statute. I'd be happy to flesh it out, like you're saying, more and look at it in further detail and kind of, just to explain for you guys. But I will say, I think that is within the board's jurisdiction, just looking at it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Kathy?
I think that to say that we didn't have the jurisdiction to open a complaint against someone who is a person would be undoing countless cases that we've already decided. So I'm happy to have additional argument presented on that, but I feel pretty confident that we're okay with looking into and finding violations of non-registrants and acting accordingly with regard to discipline. And I would go on to quote from the last paragraph of the case synopsis, which says, "The builder used respondent's drawings for another house without the respondent's knowledge," which is, I think, assuming that it is factually correct, that is a violation indeed of the signature and seal law.
Robert?
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, just talking to Stuart, I'm speaking more generally as a program, and then so Stuart did clarify that we need more information on this case. So I just want to make sure that I'm not speaking to this particular incident, but just if it were true, that would be the case. Yeah.
So and again, I know we've talked too much about this, but my point is, I understand it's unlawful. I think what the contractor did was unlawful. I don't disagree with that at all. But should our rules then not have something in our rules that also talks about non-registrant as well, just to be consistent with what our purpose is? Because I could see that we've got just a little bit of some light between what our rule says and what the law says, and that's always a bad problem. And maybe we need to wordsmith that rule somewhat to make that a little bit more consistent. That's, and I whatever. So, you all went to school for this. I didn't. I'm funding some of their education, but that's all I'm doing. So anyway.
Ricky?
I agree with Robert. There's the rule we have that exactly deals with using somebody's stamp without their knowledge is under professional conduct, and it's referring to a registrant using somebody else's seal without their knowledge. So it's good that we have this discussion and we land on where that what we've been doing legally is correct, but we might consider this in rulemaking. Is there a place for this kind, because this comes up fairly often, is there a place where we can clarify with a rule change what this law is, that just a non-registrant can't use somebody's seal?
So you guys come up with some really great thoughts and some really complex issues at your board meetings.
Is that a compliment?
Doesn't feel like
That didn't sound more than fun.
So you start with the positive, right? So because they are great thoughts and complex legal issues, I think we need to give legal some time. They can flush out the rules. Legal knows all the rules and all of the statutes and the policies, but just to be able to give them time to flush it out so they're not making a decision or making a statement off the cuff, then that way we can have the rules meet. I think it's way premature to say we need to start talking about changing rules yet, just because you guys know very, very intimately what that process is. So let's give legal some time to flush it out, come back hopefully with language that they have found or precedent that makes you guys feel better, more confident in doing it, and then either at a rules committee or at the next board meeting.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor, I believe.
Yeah, I think we should continue with the motion. I'm not going to withdraw it. We can always vote it down, but I think it's a good placeholder for us because it'll be 2 months before we get back together, and it gives an impetus to legal to pursue this and flesh it out a little bit more and come back to us. I'm still in favor of my motion.
Can you restate your motion?
Yes, can you restate that motion?
My motion, I think, was to ask legal to open a complaint against the contractor in the referenced case with regard to unauthorized use of a registrant seal.
Yes, that's how I recall that.
Okay.
And I seconded.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Jennifer?
Blair Parker,
No.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell,
Yes.
Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
and then Ben Brickta.
Yes.
I get to vote. I didn't review this case. This is a new complaint.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Richard Bursack.
Bursack, that's right. Yes.
The motion passes.
I love her more than
Let's move to the next item, please.
I apologize for all that.
We're going to take you out back later, Steve.
Number 5, 2019-075-211. The complainant alleges various types of improper practice from the registrant who performed engineering services for a local municipality for some period of time. These services include water line extensions, sewer extensions, pump stations, and various projects at the water and wastewater plant. The complainant included audio recordings of a city council meeting. In these audio recordings, the improper practices mentioned were as follows. Number 1, grit chamber for sewer plant installed in water plant. Chamber itself not needed. Chamber was for sewer plant and not water plant. Water pumps installed at intake were water cooled instead of oil. Pumps were for potable water, not raw water. At the sewer plant, the partial flume was the wrong size and the lines clogged at clarifier before pumps installed per plant operator. Allegations that issues should have been known by the respondent. Grants for other projects seem to be made for unnecessary projects. There are allegations that engineering services for SRF loan wasn't approved by SRF. However, this may have been a contract entered into by both parties. The city is in need of other projects, but the respondent's estimate was very high in contrast to actual or other estimates from engineers. The mayor read the fees and compared to rural development scale, the estimates were 2 to 3 times higher. This was reviewed by board member Robert Campbell. Mitigating factors, some flaws or issues were equipment related, contract issue between city and respondent. Aggravating factors, some flaws or issues seem to be engineer, design, and oversight, possible incompetence. The recommendation is to place in monitoring status and have an engineer versed in water sewer treatment to determine whether there are incompetency issues.
Thank you. Robert?
I'll try to take this one down. These were projects that happened over probably a 10 to 15 year period. And what happened was grant projects, you go out, you find the project that the municipality wants, you help them get grant monies for that, and then you go do that project. The allegation was made that some of these projects were not really needed. The allegation was made that the fees were way too high compared to what the scales were. The other allegation was that even when the projects were completed, they were done with, like I've mentioned here, with the wrong equipment in several cases. However, what I saw was a video of a city council meeting and a couple other things like that. I didn't see any plans. There were no contracts provided or any of that kind of stuff. While I don't doubt anything the city council said during their presentation, somehow the engineer was able to do the work. And so there was a contract between, I would assume, two willing parties. And if that's the case, then that may be just what it is. If there, however, was incompetence, I need to see the plans or somebody that's to look and see if that was actually what happened. Because as we all know, sometimes after we produce a set of plans and put them out to bid, and they're taken from anything that goes wrong is automatically the designer's fault, whether they got bad information from their client or other people, whatever. It's always the designer's fault. Things that fail in the field, again, either we're improper maintenance or whatever, again, are always the designer's fault. So without looking at the actual design documents and maybe looking at these contracts, there's no way to know exactly if these allegations have some merit to them or not. And so I'd like to see that information, I've got some competency in water and wastewater, not as much as I used to, but some. So I would like to at least look at those and kind of start seeing. The problem is going to be some of those projects are fairly old. And as we know, sometimes standards and things change over time to where something was a good practice 10 years ago may not be a good practice today. That's why we don't use clay pipes anymore, right? Because clay pipes were thought to be a great standard until they weren't, or asbestos cement pipes. That's why we don't use those anymore. So anyway, if I can get some more information, the video was pretty damning, but until we get more stuff, I'd like to hold off. So anyway,
Ricky,
I may have missed it, but who is the complainant in this case?
It's the city.
Okay.
Alton?
I think you would put in your recommendations, have an engineer versed in water and sewer treatment to determine whether there are incompetency issues. I'd be glad to help with that if you...
I had you in mind, by the way, when I put that in there.
Thought I'd save you the trouble of asking.
Oh,
Thank you. We recommendation. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Cliff Parker,
Yes.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Ricky Bursai,
Yes.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
and Ben Britta.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item.
Number 6, 2019-09-0011. Complainant hired respondent on September 21st, 2017 to redesign and renovate an existing 3-story wood frame apartment complex building. The exiting building contained 10 3-bedroom units. Complainant requested to divide the 10 units into 1 and 2-bedroom units, making a total of 20 units in the building. Complainant alleges the respondent stated the project would take 3 to 4 months to complete the architectural drawings. After 16 months and $20,000 paid to the respondent, complainant alleges the respondent has failed to communicate and the drawings were 90% completed. Complainant decided to hire another architect and general contractor for this project and requested all drawings from respondent. Complainant further alleges respondent failed to fully pay the contractor, engineering firm, and electrical engineer from the funds paid as contracted. The project was completed at the end of 2019. However, complainant states that due to the 19th month delay, she has incurred over $668,000 in financial damage. $668,000. Respondent states he was contacted by the general contractor who he had worked with before and asked to provide a proposal to commence services on September 19, 2017. Respondent estimated an initial fee of $10,000 to cover costs of field measurements, investigation, and schematic design. Respondent met with complainant and contractor on September 21, 2017, and was paid the initial fee. Respondent found the existing building to be in poor condition, and the investigation was impeded due to the units being occupied. Respondent communicated regularly with the contractor regarding the design and development throughout 2018. Respondent states he never entered into a contract with complainant nor promised architectural drawings within 3 to 4 months or any specific period of time. A 3 to 4 month period would have been aggressive and unrealistic based on the conditions of the existing building. Respondent states in May of 2018, he met with complainant and a bank representative to evaluate the financial viability of the project. Respondent agrees that the drawings were about 90% completed. Respondent requests an additional $20,000 payment based on the time invested, the retaining of engineers to complete mechanical, plumbing, and electrical design, and completing the architectural drawings. Respondent also states there was no agreement to pay the contractor and the engineers as contracted because there was no contract between complainant and respondent. Further, there was no account of the complainant that respondent was holding funds of the complainant to pay the engineers. Reviewed by board member Brian Tibbs, mitigating factors is no professional negligence found. There are no aggravating factors, and the recommendation is to close.
Thank you. Brian, anything to add?
Well, the like as far as just the professional competency, it didn't seem like what he had provided was inaccurate, incorrect. It seems like this was more of a contractual issue or business issue. I would wonder why he would even go to 90% without a contract on both sides, for that matter. That to me was the main thing, I guess, was a red flag. But I didn't. It seemed like I never, got anywhere where the drawings that they were used were bad drawings. It seems like it was more of a payment issue or maybe a timing issue. And reading it, it seems like more of his correspondence was through the contractor whom the complainant had apparently in a relationship with. So I didn't see any negligence, with the exception, like I said, of the whole contractual. I was a little shocked that he would have done this without a contract, both ways.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we close this case.
We have a motion to close.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Campbell. Any further discussion? Alton?
I'd like to ask the architects if 16 months, I mean, based on the information that you've heard that Brian gave us and that's in the report, is 16 months a reasonable amount of time for executing those services and getting to 90% drawings? I've got a follow-up question to that. The second component is the respondent apparently subcontracted some of the work to, I would assume, electrical, mechanical, maybe structural engineers. And the implication down in the last paragraph was that neither they nor the contractor was paid. I'm not sure how the contract, or there wasn't a contract, but that implies too that if the respondent did not pay them, or the contractor for that matter, did any of those subcontractors or subconsultants, I should say, or the contractor have a contract with the respondent, or was the contract with the owner? And there seems like 16 months for this seems a long time to me, even though I guess the buildings are occupied, but more egregiously, if these subconsultants and the contractor were working for the respondent, which I feel certain the subconsultants were, and he didn't pay them when he got paid, I have an issue. I'm not sure that breaks any laws or rules, but it's certainly not professional behavior.
Brian?
I'm sorry. Regarding the time duration, it's kind of hard to know, honestly, because, without knowing the project intimately and seeing the process, there are definitely small things that we think is going to take 3 months to take a year, because once you get into it, like they said, the building's occupied, this, that, and the other. So I wouldn't want to make a judgment if it was too long. Yeah, first blush it seems long, but I never want to guess on mitigating factors. As Robert said, we're the first person they throw the arrow at, and sometimes there are a lot of issues. And quite frankly, and back to your other issue, and definitely open if anybody else has a question about it, but it seems like to me, if there's no contract, I don't really know. We don't really know if they weren't paid or not. There was no complaint. If there was an engineer claim against them, I mean, that would be something that they'd be dealing with from a contract standpoint. I think from the information we have, we don't know if that's the case or not. That's what the complaint has. Someone has told the complaint, but it seems like, as we know, our consultants would be asking us for, services that they hadn't been paid for. So that's why, just like I said, the biggest issue to me was not having a contract, but even still, I didn't see any negligence that I could definitely, authorize, I guess.
Thank you. Ricky?
Yeah, I agree with what Brian said about the duration, that we can't tell, because in a renovation job, there are all different kinds of levels of how far you go into it and what you replace and what you keep, and the owner has to answer, and that somebody has to price it up to have the owner decide, and their code issues, and we get into all kinds of little renovation jobs that drag on forever, and it's not the designer's necessarily fault.
Thank you. Any other comments? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Morgan, call the vote.
Cliff Parker,
Yes.
Ricky Bursai,
Yes.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell,
Yes.
Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
and Ben Brickton.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Stuart, before we get started on item number 7, if we can go through item number 7, then take a quick 10-minute recess, I'll make that recommendation, okay?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
I know you said I gave the second, but Ben, did you do the second? He beat me to the second. And the only reason I want to say that was your first action, official action on the board. So I want to recognize that as, I thought I heard something from on the other side of the room right before I'd said mine. So we can put it in the record. It's in there for posterity.
There we go. Thank you. Stuart? Item 7.
Number 7, 2019-094-791. The complainant is a municipal building inspector. The complainant received a set of building plans to review and approved for issuance of a building permit. The builder submitted the drawings that showed the architectural drawings. Respondent wrote a letter stating he engineered, reviewed, and approved the work of the licensed architects. Respondent states he was hired by the architect to provide structural design information on 7 wall sections in the design of a house. Respondent reviewed 6 of the wall sections drawn by the architect, marked them with the necessary structural information. The architect transferred respondent's comments and submitted the corrected wall sections again for review. The 7th wall section was drawn by respondent and included on the architect's sheet. The architect signed, sealed, and submitted the drawings. Respondent agreed to list the structural wall sections that were engineered, reviewed, and provided design information for on respondent's letterhead and signed and sealed the letter. Because the respondent prepared and placed the 7th wall section on the drawing, respondent should have stamped this drawing. Instead, the architect placed the respondent's drawing on his sealed and submitted drawing. This was reviewed by board member Stephen King. Mitigating factors: drawings were reviewed and provided with information only. Aggravating factor: respondent did not stamp his one drawing. Recommendation is authorize a civil penalty of $500 for failure to properly seal design documents and pass the laws and rules exam.
Thank you.
Stuart and I did email back and forth several times on this, but as I understand what happened, a local plans review representative filed the complaint, and it appears that it's one of the situations where there was some structural elements that maybe the reviewer didn't feel like was in the purview of the architect. And that's why the engineer was asked to submit the correspondence that Stuart referred to. But in reading both sides of the complaint, the architect felt like he needed some review of some of the structural details, and so he hired the structural engineer to do that. He made some comments, and the architect felt comfortable going ahead and sealing and submitting those, except for one detail, and it was a retaining wall that supports the driveway. It was exterior to the building. So I'm okay with I think the architect used the structural engineer as a consultant to review his work and to make sure he felt good about it. So the fact that the architect stamped those, I'm good with that. The one drawing, the exterior retaining wall that the engineer said he submitted, that detail was placed on the site plan for and this is a non-exempt residential house, by the way. And evidently the architect stamped that sheet and submitted those. So I'm not sure who is really at fault here, but I didn't get to talk to Stuart about the specific recommendation there, but I'm not sure if the engineer had the opportunity to stamp the drawing. He should have. He should have if it was his work. But I don't know. You could argue that since the architect was in control of the entire project, the architect took the retaining wall design, placed it on the site plan, and submitted it. I don't know that for sure. So I guess I'm not comfortable at this point issuing a penalty to the engineer because I'm not sure who actually submitted that part. But I did email Stewart and say that the engineer admitted he did the design work for the retaining wall, so obviously that's his work. The other he just commented on, and the architect stamped it, and that's okay.
Your concern here is that the engineer did not stamp the structural detail for the site plan.
And the architect stamped it, and we know that the architect didn't do that piece of the work. We know that the engineer did that piece of the work. Okay.
Ricky?
And that is a rule, as a reviewer of these cases, that is a rule that's pretty clear in our rules that when multiple registrants work on the same sheet or document, and they all need to stamp that document. That's pretty clear, but I agree with you. I don't know whether it's a complaint against both or one or the other. Without knowing how it all evolved, it's hard to say.
Further discussion?
Just a quick. The architect was the one that submitted the plans, though, right?
Actually, I think the contractor submitted the plans, so the contractor hired the architect. Now, I think I read where the builder submitted the plans.
The builder submitted the plans, but he had hired the architect, and the engineer was a sub-consultant to the architect on this thing. So I mean, I think it's whoever has the lead on it. I mean, it's their responsibility to make sure that everything, because they're the ones that touch it last before it gets out. I would think, the engineer may not have an opportunity to do anything because the plans were prepared and sent on, and there's no correspondence that they called up the engineer and said, "Hey, stamp these plans," and he said, "I'm not going to."
Well, I can answer. He provided the plans. He listed the plans on a letterhead and stamped the letterhead, saying that he reviewed these and then he drew this one.
Right.
And it was on a letterhead, but it wasn't actually on the sheet. So that information was transposed onto the architect sheet, and then the architect stamped it.
Without the engineer's stamp on that site plan.
Right.
Or without that letter even.
It was on the letter.
But the letter wasn't pasted on the plans or anything with the engineer's stamp or anything.
I don't have the information if it was actually on the sheet. I don't think so. I think it was separate, and it was given to the architect saying, "This is what I've done."
I think that's correct.
Did you say he sealed that letter?
Yes.
He did. Okay.
He sealed the letter, but that letter was to the building official. Okay. You know how sometimes the building official, if they get a set of plans, usually it's larger projects than this, but if the same registrant stamps all the sheets across multiple disciplines, they will ask the registrant to submit saying that they were competent, and it was a similar kind of letter.
Stephen, was the sealed letter from the engineer submitted with the set of plans?
Not in that package. It was submitted to the city, to the plans reviewer.
Did they submit the plans and the reviewer? The plans reviewer said something strange, and then he gets the letter. Is that how it happens? Yes. Okay.
Do we know, Stuart or Steve, do we know if the seventh wall section detail was submitted by the engineer under seal originally to the architect before the architect placed it on another drawing?
I didn't actually see a copy of that, but in the engineer's response to the complaint, he did say that he submitted that detail to the architect. I don't know whether it was stamped when he submitted to the architect or not.
I think that's meaningful relative to who represented it then to the building inspector. That's my reason for asking.
It looks like the builder, the contractor, submitted the drawings with the architectural stamp and the letter, stating that he wrote the letter stating he engineered, reviewed, and approved the work of the architect. And the architect stamped the drawings and submitted that to the builder, and the builder submitted to the city.
And after that, they submitted the secondary letter from the engineer. Is that correct? No. No?
No, it's stating that the letter was submitted with the original drawings.
Review.
No, I think that still answered your question about whether or not what the engineer submitted to the architect was sealed by the engineer.
No, it was just the letter was given that was sealed. The drawings that the architect provided to the respondent made the corrections or recommendations, and then drew another wall, and then submitted that to the architect, and then the architect transposed that on his sheet and stamped the sheets. Then the letter was given to the architect that was stamped by the respondent, stating that this is what I've done, I've engineered, reviewed, and then all that was given to the builder. Builder then submitted that to the city.
But just for clarification, you said that the engineer drew the 7th wall section and submitted it to the architect. Did he do that under seal or not?
No.
No.
But he provided the letter.
But at later. You said second review.
Second review.
You did that.
Ricky?
And going off of Stewart's, if the builder took the plans and submitted those to the building official with the letter that had the structural or this engineer stamp on the wall section, that is a little unorthodox, but I think it made clear the intent is that this engineer designed this retaining wall, and that the building official had that information to show that the engineer designed the retaining wall, correct?
Right, because he had the letter. Then they denied the issuance of a permit because of the letter, because the stamp was not, the engineer's stamp was not on the plans.
Okay.
Robert?
Yeah, so to me then the dilemma is whether that letter is included in the ultimate plan set that goes to the contractor. And it seems like the contractor had that letter in his possession because he submitted it. Now, the risk is obviously there that that letter gets disassociated with the set of plans and you don't have that stamp thing there. But to me, it looks like what the architect is probably more, I don't know that it's a penalty. I think it's more of a letter of caution or something like that, that you need to make sure that you're giving credit for what you did and didn't do on a plan set, because that document was included with the submittal package on the second time that had a stamped letter, and we treat letters and reports and things like that in a lot of cases as part of our documentation, right? I mean, that's what when we submit something and it's got a set of plans and it's got a geotechnical report, and we bundle all that together and submit it to the reviewer. I don't know that this is any different than that situation. However, the architect should have just put a note on here on the thing, the wall section on the letter I did not prepare. But I don't know that that makes them civil penalty guilty. I think it makes them just a little sloppy, because everything got to where it was supposed to get to. All the things that were supposed to be stamped are there. All the parts were attributed, but that one piece was not there. That's just my opinion.
Frank?
I agree with what you're saying. Strangely enough, it seems like it should be the architect sealing drawings for which he didn't prepare. It's more of a problem than the engineering doing everything. It sounds like everybody did everything they were supposed to do. They just didn't get the sealing done right.
That's what it sounds like.
But the
Steve?
architect sealed a set of drawings that had a structural design on it that he didn't prepare. Seems like he's the one that ought to be.
I think there's some responsibility on both sides. I think the architect shouldn't have let the drawing get out of his office with that wall section on it without the proper stamp on it. But I also think the engineer had some responsibility that if along the same lines. So I wasn't sure where to go with this as we started, but I think, and I don't know if we can even do this since the complaint wasn't opened on the architect, but at some point I would think a letter of caution for the engineer and the architect might be appropriate.
Ricky?
I agree with that. I think since the letter with the wall section was sent and sealed and it was clear that a letter of caution is kind of where I'm leaning.
We've had some pretty good discussion here. We do have a recommendation before us, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we issue a letter of caution to both the engineer and the architect to make sure that on any stamp set that they take credit for the work that they performed on that stamp set of plans.
A second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Ricky?
And I would add to the motion maybe a reference to the rules, and maybe we make them. Do you want to make them take the long rules? Just because the rules about stamping might be good to be refreshed here.
I'd like to modify the motion to add and take and pass the law and rule exam.
For both.
For both, yeah.
I'll update my second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Blair Parker,
Yes.
Brian Tibbs,
Yes.
Ricky Bursa,
Yes.
Susan Ballard Gribble,
Yes.
Robert Campbell,
Yes.
Frank Wagster,
Yes.
Kathy Ware,
Yes.
and Ben Brickta.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Jennifer?
There goes your, there
He knows what's coming.
So what happened?
Hey, Jennifer, are you there?
We were going home early today.
Hey, Brian.
Jennifer? Hey, Jennifer.
Meeting back to order, please. We are in the midst of the legal case report, and I believe our next item is item number 8.
Number 8, 2019-101-981. Complainant alleges respondent is incompetent. Respondent came to complainant's house to assess cracks in cement floors and prepared a report stating no structural repairs are required. Respondent subsequently inspected the house a month later and prepared a report that was contradictory to the first report stating structural damage at the great room could affect future habitability at the interior if not corrected. Foundation repairs under the great room are therefore recommended. Further noting, poor drainage next to the great room foundation could reduce the bearing capacity of the supporting dirt under the great room and cause additional foundation settlement. Drainage repairs in this area are therefore recommended. In a report that was offered 2 days later, the language was revised to state low bearing capacity of supporting soils under the foundation has caused foundation settlement to occur. Additional foundation settlement could occur if the bearing capacity is not increased. Foundation repairs are therefore recommended. Poor drainage next to the great room foundation appears to have exacerbated the poor bearing capacity of supporting soils. Drainage repairs in this area are therefore recommended. Complainant alleges that no changes were made to the house in the time period between the first report and the second. Respondent states the buyer's agent requested an assessment of cracks in the scored concrete floors located in an inside great room only. Respondent alleges complainant stated the cracks had not changed in 6 years and made no mention of an appraisal's report or requirements listed therein. An appraisal report subsequently given to respondent by the lender noted settlement cracks in numerous locations, including outside areas as well as inside. The appraisal report further required the opinion of a structural expert to make a determination if the settlement is normal for a 20-year-old house. The subsequent inspection was made due to the appraisal report, and respondent found serious structural issues and made recommendations in his report. Respondent denies to being incompetent. A review prompted an informal conference call with respondent between Mr. Heathcote and respondent. Respondent stated he has been in the industry for 40 years with emphasis in structural engineering. Respondent admitted to not performing due diligence on the first inspection based on the information given to him by the complainant. He was told that the cracks had not changed in 6 years, and he could not see any apparent cracks, gaps, or other foundation issues in the great room. This led respondent to believe the foundation was secure. Respondent performed a visual inspection of the cracks in the great room only as requested by the buyer's agent. After the lender received the report, the appraisal report was sent to respondent. Respondent realized that there were more serious structural issues involved and made a subsequent inspection. Respondent made a more detailed analysis of the structural issues, such as cracks, misaligned windows, gaps in wood trim, cracks in brick structures, and determined the foundation was in need of stabilization due to poorly compacted dirt causing low bearing capacity. Respondent alleges complainant lied to him about the cracks not changing in 6 years and felt rushed to perform the first inspection. Respondent admitted that he should have performed his due diligence at the first inspection and included all relevant and pertinent information in the first report instead of relying on complainant's word. In reliance, respondent was reckless by making excessive errors and omissions regarding certain building failures. It's reviewed by board member Alton Heathcote. Mitigating factors, admits failure in due diligence, corrected the report at no charge. Respondent has performed over 100 other similar inspections with no known complaints. Aggravating factors, as respondent admitted that he was rushed, was not thorough in his evaluation, and did not perform due diligence at first inspection. As a result of his lack of due diligence, respondent provided an initial erroneous conclusion that likely would have resulted in continued degradation and loss of property value. Recommendation is to authorize a civil penalty of $1,000 and pass the laws and rules exam.
Thank you. Alton.
I didn't mean to write an epistle to this. I apologize for the length of it, but this was a, I guess, kind of unusual instance. The respondent was actually hired by the home buyers and their agent to review this, and we went through there was a long interview process. I guess it was 2.5 hours we spent on the phone with him, and I had a long list of questions, more to try to determine whether or not he felt like he executed the appropriate standard of care in his review. And right off the bat, he said no, he didn't exercise due diligence. He was in a rush. They were trying to close on the house within a week. He tried to get a report out. He went into this one particular room in the house, which I saw pictures of, that had meaningful cracks. It was a concrete floor, one of the stained floors that's kind of popular right now, and there were meaningful cracks in it. And he said, I asked him, if you looked at the cracks, do you think the normal standard of care would have been to do some level of additional evaluation? Did you look even around the room to determine if there were other cracks? Did you look at the exterior of the house? He said he did note that it was built on a hillside, on the side of a hill, and that the driveway was cracked. And in his second report, which was only prompted by the appraiser noting these things, his second report was 29 days later, he completely changed his perspective. He did a more thorough evaluation. One of the comments that he made to the homeowner that was part of the complaint was, why did you write the second report differently than the first? and his comment was, part of his comment was to cover my butt, quote, to cover my butt.
He said that to you?
He said, no, he didn't say it to me. I asked him about it in the interview, and he said, yes, that's a correct recount based on his recollection of the conversation. Then 2 days after the second report, he issued another report that was slightly modified and a little more severe even. And again, I'm boiling a whole lot of information down into just a few minutes worth of discussion. He expressed remorse. He acknowledged that he learned a very valuable lesson on this exercise, that regardless of the situation, to perform with due diligence. He was sorry about the recommendation that he made and the obvious mistake he admitted. I guess to me, one of the aggravating factors is when we continued to ask him questions, he kept blaming the homeowner for not telling him he said the truth. Someone told him, I think it was the homeowner, that the crack had not changed in 6 years. Well, that still doesn't excuse you from just looking up from the crack around the room to see if there was indications of some sort of foundational failure. That should have been the standard of care. He acknowledged that should have been the standard of care. And Stuart, I will apologize to you since you and I did a lot of discussion about this, and we tried to be careful about how we crafted the language. But in considering what happened and the admitted lack of due diligence, we may want to also amend the recommendation to include at least maybe either a letter of instruction or a letter of caution, given the potential outcome if that first assessment had been approved and they had moved forward with the purchase of the house. That could have led to significant loss. Any questions? I mean, it's obviously there's a lot to think about here.
Kathy?
Two questions. Generally, what was the value of the transaction, the sale of the house?
Over $400,000.
Over four. And what was his fee?
I did not ask his fee, but I do know for those typical inspections, there's somewhere between $350 and $1,000.
And did you say that the potential buyer did not proceed with the purchase ever, or
ultimately, based on, they would have done had the appraiser not caught the other issues, brought it to this respondent's attention, and the respondent went back out 29 days later to review it a second time with more detail and due diligence.
And then on the basis of the third report that he issued, did they or did they not buy the house?
They did not.
They did not.
Any further discussion? We do have a recommendation before us. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we authorize a civil penalty of $1,000. We issue a letter of caution, and that the respondent take and pass the laws and rules exam.
Motion. And a second. Any further discussion? Yes, Ben.
How long does a person have to take this test and pay the fine, and are they allowed to practice in the interim period?
I don't know that answer.
Typically, it's 30 days, and yes, they are allowed to keep practicing.
Robert?
I'm trying to find this, sorry. Alton, that man.
Not on.
Sorry.
I'll repeat it.
No. But the applicant was charged with being incompetent, right?
That's correct.
One malpractice is under the section for incompetence.
0120-02-.03.
Recklessness, excessive errors, omissions.
Read all the way through it, though.
Well, I understand. Or building failure, or building failures in the registrant's record of professional practice. Is this not an excessive error and an omission?
It is, but in his record of practice, this is the only time that we could find that that has happened.
Okay.
That's why we crafted the language the way that we did.
But anyway, we've all been in situations where we've had homeowners or other people give us information, and we don't take that on its face value at
That's
all.
exactly right. That doesn't excuse us from not doing our due diligence.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Morgan, point of clarification here, is Brian still on?
He's not, so you do not need a roll call vote.
All the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Let's move to the next item.
Good morning, board members. This is Shalina Brown. I'm one of the attorneys that handles some of the regulatory boards upstairs. These next two cases are companion cases. They originated in 2017, and actually Sarah Page was responsible for them. That's how far back this goes, as well as Ashley, and it was then transferred over to me. So 9 and 10 are companion cases. Number 9 is 2017-059-421. A Tennessee state agency entered into a contract with the respondent and other parties for the construction of a building. The contract was funded by a federal grant and other state funds. The contractor hired the respondent architect and the respondent's firm. The respondent architect hired a structural engineer as a consultant for the structural design of the building. After construction began, there were complaints filed with the Office of the Comptroller's Office concerning the original bidding process on the project. An audit was conducted by the Comptroller's Office and errors were identified in the bidding process. There was also an audit conducted by the agency itself because they had received federal grant monies, and there were discrepancies in the funds used for the construction of the building. The agency decided to suspend the grant payments and cancel the grant with the contractor, and the project was halted. The matter was turned over to the federal agency's Office of Inspector General for investigation. At this point, the project was closed out, and the complainant indicated the partially constructed structure was weatherized. The state agency did later contract with another engineering firm to develop a plan to weatherize the project and possibly to complete the project. This new structural engineer noted there were deficiencies in the structural design of the partially completed project and that certain floor beams should have been pressure treated. There were also concerns with the design, and the engineering firm opined that the building could not be completed as it stood and would require extensive retrofitting or a complete demolition of the building. A complaint was filed against the respondent by the agency against both the original architect and the original structural engineer, alleging malpractice because of the design errors and other errors. The respondent submitted a response to the complaint and stated that the respondent stood behind the work performed, and the review by the engineering firm that was later retained by the state agency was not proper since the review was conducted after the project had been left exposed to outside elements, the building had not been properly weatherized when the construction had been halted, and the integrity of the building had been compromised by that point when the state agency had retained the structural engineer to evaluate and review the project for weatherization. The respondent also stated the state agency merely filed the complaint to recoup the funds related to the mismanagement of the grant. The respondent explained the agency had adequate oversight and quality control powers through the design and construction phases and never intervened during the entire process. The respondent stated there were complaints about some of the decisions made by the contractor and the state agency to conserve funds during the construction. In our review of this complaint, our office was instructed to retain an outside engineering expert to review and opine on this complaint. The respondent architect was also dependent upon the opinions of the structural engineer retained to consult on this project. Our office retained 2 outside experts to review this matter. The first expert review had stated that there are never perfect sets of construction documents, and the shop drawing review process is the last chance to correct minor deficiencies or clarifications prior to construction or installation. Also, the use of pressure-treated lumber was not careless or reckless. The second expert did a comprehensive and thorough review of the case. This expert reviewed all documents and an extensive amount of information and performed an in-depth analysis of the complaint. This expert also provided an extensive and detailed report. Ultimately, both experts concluded the allegations contained in the complaint did not rise to the level of malpractice, excessive errors and omissions, contained in the Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Board of Architectural Engineering Examiners, Chapter 0120-02. This complaint was reviewed by board member Ricky Bursey, who had to recuse himself, and then it was later reviewed by board member Frank Wagster. The mitigating factors here are that this was reviewed by 2 outside experts retained by this board. In light of that, I would like to recommend closure of this complaint. If you'd like, I can read you the exact language used by the expert rendering their opinion as to whether there is any malpractice by this respondent.
Okay. Actually, I would like to hear that.
Okay, sure. So the 2 issues of malpractice related to the seismic design and the pressure-treated wood. So they stated, as defined in the State Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners Rules of Professional Conduct with regard to malpractice, the term incompetence includes but is not limited to recklessness or excessive errors, omissions, or building failures in the registrant's record of professional practice. While it is our opinion that there were errors and or deficiencies in the original structural design calculations for the structure with regard to the seismic design, it is our opinion that such errors and or omissions do not meet the definition of the term malpractice referenced in Rule 0120-2-.3, Therefore, we feel the alleged reckless, excessive errors, omissions, or building failures in the architect's professional practice did not occur. As to the pressure-treated wood, therefore, it is our opinion that the use of untreated and treated lumber at the specified locations in the floor framing shown on the construction drawings met the requirements of the building code. Further, it is our opinion that the allegation of malpractice of the architect with regard to the location and use of treated timber framing in the design of this project does not have merit.
Thank you. Ricky and Frank, do you care to add anything?
I would just say that my response, if I was going to have one, would be exactly what she just read. There were 2, I'm going to call them forensic firms, that reviewed the situation. And again, seismic design and wood preservative treatment were the 2 main issues that were going against the architect. And I read through everything everybody wrote, and I agree with them exactly to what the outcome was. And one of the 2 firms that did the investigation, one of them was, I'm going to say, more cursory than the other, but one of them really dug into it and had a very good presentation or report.
Thank you, Robert.
I didn't know if it was Ricky, or are you going to?
Well,
I need to recuse myself,
Okay,
but I'll just, it's definitely, the complaint had a structural, it's about structural engineering, and so my comments were, really, they need to get this outside structural engineered.
Just a couple notes, and did they say there were errors but not rising to the level of malpractice? Is that what I heard?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you repeat the reference number?
Can you repeat the reference number on the
The
statute?
rule?
Yes.
Sure. It's 0120-02-.3, paren 6, paren A.
So, and then did I understand that even though the owner, or the state agency, it was a state agency that believed that the treated, untreated was wrong, but the opinion came back and said, no, it was absolutely fine. Okay?
Correct.
Okay. So the closed recommendation confuses me a little bit just because there were errors. And I don't know, and I'm assuming these are errors from the architectural plans, or are they errors in the next case that we're going to talk about?
Yes, there are errors related to the next case.
So what the architect did, he specified the correct material. He had ingress points in the right place. He had, I mean, the stuff that architects do, what we're talking about, these errors are structural errors that were done by somebody else. Is that, I'm just trying to make sure I got the.
Yes.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
right.
Okay. Okay.
Wasn't that the opinion of the more detailed review?
Yes.
That it was structural errors, and again, as you said, that's addressed in the next complaint, correct? This complaint I'm assuming the respondent was the architect in this complaint?
In this complaint,
And the
yes.
next complaint, the respondent is the structural engineer. Okay.
Yeah, and as far as your question goes about errors or structural errors, there are things that are not right. But in both of these firms' opinion, what they did, the errors are not malpractice. They don't meet the definition of malpractice or incompetence. They're just, I can get deep into it, but the structural part's probably better.
But it's the same, I think, in this situation, it's the same thing that we had last time. I mean, generally under that rule, it implies that there's a history of this, of errors and omissions from an individual or a firm. And in this case, there may not be that history, but there is certainly on this particular job errors and omissions. From the structure, not from the architect, but from the structural engineer.
I think we can hit that in the next.
Yes, possibly that might be the case.
Robert?
Yeah, so the shop drawing review, who performed that? Was that the architect? Was it the owner? I mean, typically it's the architect, or, and the reason I'm getting to I'm going off a tangent here, but shop drawing review usually is the architect or the engineer performs that, right? Were those materials used in the materials from the shop drawing? Does it appear the contractor used the materials that were specified, or did they also have some problem in this where they used things they were not supposed to, or could we tell?
It appears that they used what eventually they agreed on to use. There were some VE items early on, but that doesn't mean that the VE items were incorrect. In other words, they may have changed pilings from concrete pilings to wood pilings or something.
But the VE items, were those also part of this review?
Not really. I mean, it was mentioned that they existed, but I mean, once you VE item something and you redesign it per the VE items, it's what was submitted is what they're reviewing.
I'm not trying to be, I'm just saying that.
It's like what I could have done.
Right. Well, but the VE items then become the responsibility of whoever prepares those VE items, the architect or structure, whoever was involved in that. And so what I'm asking is it possible that the VE items were done incorrectly to create some issues that appear to have happened here? And were those VE items addressed as part of the overall analysis? Is that a correct way to say that?
I think from my recollection, it's been a day or two since I looked at this, but the structural questions involved some of the design, the initial design parameters. Really not what material you were using or was VE'd in or out.
Alton?
Just for clarification, ordinarily, if you've got a multidisciplinary job, the shop drawings aren't just reviewed by the primary firm. They may be also, if it's a multidisciplinary job and the primary firm is an architect, the shop drawings that are specific to the structural go to the structural engineer, the electrical go to the electrical, mechanical go to the mechanical, and so on. Do we know that happened in this case?
It's my understanding it did.
Okay, good. They followed protocol then. So I guess my point to that would be that if in fact the architect had reviewed some of the structural submittals, he shouldn't have done that. He should have given it to his subconsultant to do, but he didn't do that. Therefore, it appears that this was not an architectural error, omission, or malpractice. Okay.
Any further discussion? Kathy?
Like to know what the actual errors and deficiencies were, but if they're not relevant to the architect and they're only relevant to the engineer, then I could wait till the next case.
But it's like she said before, there were two main issues. One was the seismic design, and we'll get into that in the structural, I assume. The wood preservative use, there was a complaint made about it, but under investigation and my review also, what was done meets the building code. I mean, if you use wood within a certain distance of the ground that's supposed to be wood preservative treated, and this was above that level, and then they sheeted the bottom of the beams with a wood preservative treated plywood. So there's nothing they did that I saw was incorrect. It's just whoever made the complaint thought they had something and they didn't.
Further thoughts, discussion? We have a recommendation to close. We'll entertain a motion. We have a motion. Close.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item, please.
The next item, the companion case, is 2017059441. This involves a professional engineer. The first part of this is the same set of facts, so I'll pick up where there's some changes. I'm not going to go through this again, but so This respondent also submitted a lengthy response to the complaint and stated that the respondent stood behind all the work performed and stated the review conducted by the engineering firm for the weatherization of the project that was later retained by the state agency was not proper, since the review was conducted after the project had been left exposed to the outside elements. Those involved in the construction building had not properly weatherized the site when the construction had been halted, and the integrity of the building had been compromised by the time the state agency's structural engineer was retained to evaluate and review the project. The respondent stated the state agency merely filed the complaint to recoup the funds related to the mismanagement of the grant. And the respondent explained the agency had adequate oversight and quality control powers throughout the design and construction phase and never intervened during the entire process. The respondent stated there were complaints about some of the decisions made by the contractor and the state agency to conserve funds during the construction. In our review of this complaint, our office was instructed to retain an outside engineering expert to review and opine on this complaint. Our office retained 2 outside engineering experts that reviewed this complaint extensively. The first expert reviewer emphasized that there are never a perfect set of construction documents, and the shop drawing review process is the last chance to correct the minor deficiencies or clarifications prior to the construction or installation. However, the expert report was sufficiently detailed. Both the experts found the use of the pressure-treated lumber was not careless or reckless and was proper. And the second expert did the comprehensive and thorough review of the case, and this expert reviewed all the documents and an extensive amount of information and performed an in-depth analysis of the complaint. This expert provided an extensive and detailed report as well. By the way, they have spent a significant amount of time on this complaint and probably reviewed every single document that we were sent or requested, and they produced a 96-page report. So it was a very, very detailed and thorough review. Both experts concluded the allegations contained in the complaint did not rise to the level of malpractice, meaning excessive errors and omissions contained in the rules of professional conduct of this board. This complaint was reviewed by board member Stephen King. The mitigating factor is that it was reviewed by 2 outside experts. In light of the review by the board member Stephen King as well as the outside expert, my recommendation is to close. And I can read to you the final opinion by that expert. And I think, Kathy, you had requested what those deficiencies were as well related to the structural design. So, as defined by the State Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners Rules of Professional Conduct with regard to malpractice, the term incompetence includes but is not limited to recklessness or excessive errors, omissions, or building failures in the registrant's record of professional practice. While it is our opinion that there were errors and or deficiencies in the original design, calculations of the structure with regard to the seismic design, it is our opinion that such errors or omissions do not meet the definition of the term malpractice referenced in Rule 0120-2-.3, paren 6A. We were also tasked with providing a cumulative list of structural design deficiencies in the original design of the structure. It is our opinion that these design deficiencies do not rise to the level of malpractice as referenced in the rule. We have provided the building code section as well as a brief description of our rationale pertaining to the specific error/omission as part of the enumerated list below. So the first one is failure to utilize site-specific earthquake design data. The second one is failure to update the calculations and construction drawings with the seismic design values referenced in the applicable building code. Number 3, failure to submit and have approval from the AHJ a code modification request. And number 4, failure to provide adequate blocking to transfer the lateral loads from the shear walls to the roof diaphragm. Now, they did acknowledge that these were errors, but the main thing is that these did not rise to the level of malpractice or incompetence, and that's the main issue, meaning for me to go forward with this case will be very difficult because now I have 2 expert opinions that say that this does not rise to the level of malpractice. So more than likely, this will be a very difficult case to prove, and I will more than probably not succeed.
Thank you. Robert?
Your recommendation is to close, but we've got errors. I understand it doesn't rise to malpractice, but we make judgments all the time as a board that go between taking somebody's license and writing a letter of instruction. So when you read these 3 or 4 things, to me, failure to use the appropriate seismic code seems to me to be something that's an error that is substantial. Okay, I don't want to be in a building that somebody decided that the seismic code, not to use the proper seismic code, unless I'm misunderstanding what I just heard. So I think the recommendation to close is extremely aggressive when we have professional reports that there were errors, and I would say it's going to be very difficult to explain to the public why we didn't take some action, knowing that there were errors attributed to this project, especially with seismic code. I understand malpractice may be off the table, but this. One other quick question I didn't ask before: did the OIG? Did they have any? What did they do with this? Do we know?
There was no findings by the OIG.
So as far as the funds or anything, they were done with it. Nothing. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Kathy? Alton?
Thank you. My concern is that their interpretation of the rule was the same one that mine was, that they're predicating that on that last part of Part A that says failures in the registrant's record of professional practice. Well, they may not have had a previous record of errors and omissions in their professional practice, but in the language that was constructed here, in one part of it, it says there were also concerns with the design, and the other engineering firm opined that the building could not be completed as it stood and would require extensive retrofitting, or a complete demolition of the building would be required. That would imply, and then again, the 3 things that you read, well, you actually read all 4, there were 3 of them that, to me, implied meaningful errors. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Robert that I think given the fact that the errors are severe enough in the structural design to merit either extensive retrofitting or complete demolition of the building, I think we have a duty and an obligation and responsibility to take action, not to close it.
Kathy?
Shalina, I think you addressed this from the perspective of the incompetence claim, and I greatly appreciate everything you did to try to get us to that. And I think you're correct that it doesn't seem like how can we hire these people to tell us what they think and then ignore what they think? They feel that there's not incompetence, doesn't appear to be incompetence. But I believe that we regularly hear presentations on cases. Maybe not all the time, but it's not unusual to hear a case where there is maybe a recommendation for a large fine that we then knock it down after we've discussed it and heard what our internal reviewers think or outside experts think or what have you. So I would hope in the future that we wouldn't just only look at cases with regard to what the initial claim was, in this case, a finding of malpractice, but leave it open-ended so that the board can debate whether or not there's something between that initial claim, which may be too much, and just a pure closure. Because in this case, I feel like something is warranted. And I was trying to go through what we've done before and look for some guidance on that. But with regard to seismic, and that without a doubt, seismic issues are at the root of risk to the public health, safety, and welfare. So we need to take those very, very seriously, and I'm in favor of some finding other than closure. I think that there is some admonition that needs to be made. So thank you for everything you did, and I agree with what you said, but I think the board needs to have the leeway to assess something less than a finding of malpractice. Is that?
I wholly agree. Okay. I'm waiting for somebody to make a recommendation.
I'd like to also just add, as an aside, we no longer have the cooperation of the complainant who filed the complaint. So
at the agency?
Yes. So they will not, if this case should go to hearing, I will not have the testimony of the complainant. So it will also be a very difficult case.
But you would
already have two letters.
That's correct. You got the two experts still, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Their opinions will not have changed. They submitted you documentation and information about their findings.
Right, but I will not be able to get the complaint into the record or the testimony of the complainant.
Okay, but the complaint has been lodged, and we've read it. It's a legal complaint that's entered into our minutes and has been filed with the board, and we have reviewed it, and we're about to make a recommendation. That's correct.
Well, this proceeding won't be admissible in the hearing, meaning you might have this legal report and have all the information, but when I go to hearing, I need the testimony of the complainant to establish the complaint. Now, we could have the executive director state that this complaint was received and the nature of the complaint, but that would be the extent of it. You wouldn't have the details of the complainant.
Would we have the expert testimonies?
Yes.
Okay.
And I am a little confused. I thought everything we've discussed, because we're on television, is in the public record, everything we're discussing, correct?
Correct. But when we have a hearing, we start anew, meaning it's a whole new proceeding. It starts from scratch, meaning you should not have any recollection or, predetermined notion of what occurred or transpired previously as it relates to this particular matter.
I think I follow you, but I still, it has occurred, and the facts have been entered into the public. I understand we have to start over.
Right.
And also, I'm confused as to why we assume that we're going to go to.
In the event that you assess some sort of disciplinary action and the respondent does not agree or refuses.
Should that happen,
it would go to hearing.
Okay. I understand. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Again, just as an additional point of clarification, if we lose the complainant, we still have the opportunity for our executive director to enter the fact that a complaint was filed. Since this is now part of the public record, are you saying that this complaint, because it was filed and because we've deliberated over it today, would not be admissible into?
This legal report and what you decided as a body would not be admissible.
Thank you.
And that includes the recommendations of the two firms that evaluated, that made this?
No, those experts I would call as witnesses to provide testimony to you. And we would start anew, meaning they would give you their opinion as well as what they reviewed and go through the entire case. So that would be available. But also keep in mind, you know, there would be a cost involved too in getting these experts here, which is obviously paid for by the board.
Further comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Steve.
Well, I've got several things to say, but since this has come up about the state agency, my question before I get into my review is, has the state agency, their complaint is still active? They haven't retracted their complaint?
Well, no, they have not retracted, but even if they did retract, we do not close complaints with any board when a complainant requests withdrawal or retracts or refuses to cooperate. We don't just automatically close the complaint because they're no longer involved.
Okay. Well, let me say a few things. There's in the legal report, there's several things mentioned that I just want the board to know and anyone watching to know were not considered. And Frank, you can weigh in on your review also. But, you know, the fact that this structure was abandoned and left out in the weather, none of what we're reviewing is attributed to that. We're talking about design issues. So even though somebody might have read that in the report, just be aware that we're not alleging that, and the consultant is not alleging that was the fault of the engineer or the architect, the two respondents in this case. Also, I wanted to, and the same thing goes for the alleged bidding problems, funding problems, and it was a complicated process and a lot of things went wrong, but all we're trying to deal with is design issues from the design team. There was a reference to two reports. One of them was just a few pages long, but there is a significant comment in the conclusion that I wanted to read. Is that permissible?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
There's a comment in the first report that I wanted to read.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And again, it's dealing with two issues, whether to use treated timber or not, and seismic issues. But I think this is significant. The utilization of a cantilever column system being strictly prohibited by the governing codes constitutes a serious error and/or carelessness by the structural engineer of record. Even the licensed geotechnical engineer recommends timber piling as the foundation system and/or the governing jurisdiction requested to use this system. In this person's opinion, the structural engineer had the responsibility to bring this code conflict to the attention of others in a fiduciary role. This consultant was not privy to any in-person, written, phone, or conversation regarding this matter. Depending on any outcome of the conversation, the structural engineer could refuse to continue as the structural engineer of record or remove itself from the project to avoid being in a non-compliance with the adopted building code. Unless documentation can be provided that the structural engineer during the design process where the approval was given by the governing authorities or owner to use a foundation system in non-compliance with the code, this consultant must contend that recklessness and/or negligence occurred. So that's significant. Now that's the shorter report, and like Shalina mentioned, the second report was 96 pages long, and I don't know how many pages of drawings that I reviewed. But the significant thing to me was, well, when I first read the report, this was before the December meeting, the consultant didn't get all of the information through some situation. So the consultant, the second consultant that did the 96-page report, conditioned his report without having all the information. So I worked with Shalina, and we ended up with a conference call, and I suggested that I don't want to take a report to the board that's conditioned. So we got that information. Unfortunately, the consultant wasn't able to complete the report in time for the December meeting. So just a few days later, after the meeting, we got those revisions, and his overall opinion remained the same, but I felt better about it because it was not conditioned. So he did conclude, based on his interpretation of our statute, and that malpractice did not occur. But he mentioned several times in the report that errors did occur. So I requested the consultant to list those errors, and those were the errors that Shalina read to you. The number one about the earthquake, evidently, according to the report, what happened, the structural engineer misread the seismic data. It was a few miles off. Now, how significant that was, I'm not a structural engineer, and I don't do earthquake design, but that was the problem with that. She talked about the failure to update the calculations, and that gets back to not notifying the authority having jurisdiction of the code problem. Number 3 was a similar thing with not notifying the authority having jurisdiction of that modification. And number 4, failure to provide adequate blocking to transfer lateral loads from shear walls to the roof diaphragm. To me, that seems significant. So I think we do have, like Shalina has mentioned, we do have a report that from a well-respected firm that reviewed this in very much detail. This is not a situation rising to where we might move in and try to remove someone's license. That's how I interpreted what they're saying. But the fact that 4 errors were listed by the second consultant, and then the first consultant listing a concern. So my recommendation was for the board to hear all this information and deliberate on it and make an appropriate decision. It's a very complicated complaint that Frank and I were asked to review. There's a lot of information here, but I don't think we can ignore the 4 errors in the second consultant report and the comment that I read to you from the first consultant that did the shorter report.
Thank you. Robert?
Did I hear from somebody, is the building gone? Okay. So we don't have a present risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the public because that building is there anymore. I mean, nobody's walking through that building right now. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion, and then obviously we can debate that motion. What I hear is the registrant has violated section 0120-02-02, proper conduct of practice. And I would make a motion that we assess the civil penalty of $1,000 to take and pass the law and rules exam. And this does not implicate that the registrant is a poor engineer or anything. We have all had projects before. that we have had things that we have not included on a set of plans or proper due diligence on a set of plans. We have all done that. And sometimes they have bid us, and a lot of times, thank God, they have not. So, but we've got a complaint. We do have expert witnesses, expert testimony that we can't just ignore. And it is at the point that we are. So that would be my recommendation. I think since there are at least 4 errors, and I'm with you, Steve, they sound fairly significant. But the building's not there, so we don't have a present danger to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. So that's wonderful.
But had that building been constructed the way it was designed originally, there would have been.
There could, but
could have been.
Could have been. That's right. But I mean, it's not there now. So I think to me that is a sufficient shot across the bow, if that's the right term, to let the registrant know that there are errors that have been reported, errors that have been investigated, and there needs to be some penalty for that.
Excuse me, if you could just clarify what would be the violation, meaning what would I be proceeding under if it was not the malpractice?
012002-02, proper conduct of practice, subsection 1. At all times recognize primary obligation to protect the safety, health, and welfare of the public in their performance of the registrant's professional duties. Their performance of their professional duties, they had 4 errors. And $1,000 penalty is, to me, not, it's enough to get your attention a little bit, but it's not enough to put an undue burden, especially with the building being not there. I feel much better about that because there's these things that sound very significant, and the consultant that we've hired to make the report seemed to think they were significant enough that we ought to bring those up. So that's my motion.
Robert, were you going to include a letter, also either a letter of caution or?
I don't, what comes with that?
Be a consent order that would be sent with the violation.
We have a motion on the floor. Robert, if you would, for my sake, give me that motion again, please, in one sentence.
My motion is that we assess a civil penalty of $1,000 for violation of section 0120-02-.02, subsection parentheses 1, for proper conduct of practice for the 4 errors mentioned in the reports that we received from the outside consultants.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you. And is that our last of the legal report? Okay, thank you very much. Director's report.
On the legal report, we have a legislative update.
Oh, is that under this? Okay.
Can you tell?
It's on page 46. Hopefully the agenda has page numbers. We tried to make it a little more helpful since it's so voluminous.
Okay. I'll try to go over these quickly just because we had kind of legislative updates when the association spoke earlier. However, I have 4 bills to go over with you all. Which one's first on your iPad? Sorry, I'm not sure the order.
House Bill 1944 is.
Perfect, that's what I have. Okay. So House Bill 1944 is the Licensing Independence for Future Tennesseans Act. And it basically just allows people who hold licenses in other states to come to Tennessee if they meet 5 different criteria. However, for this board, it wouldn't affect or really change much because this board already has comedy provisions. And the bill, as it is written presently, would permit Tennessee boards to continue entering into reciprocity agreements or interstate compacts. So that is 1944.
Said it would allow?
It would.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to read the five. Are there five or? Let me see here. Holds a license. Valid license. So let me ask you a question in subsection 3 of that. The licensing authority in other states requires the person to pass an exam or to meet education, training, or experience standards. But to me, it should say "and," but to meet because our state law does it not say that they have to have exam and experience and whatever, test. And it's got all three. It says "and," does it not say all three? Are we again leaving an opening where somebody could come back and challenge us to say, well, I've met the education, I don't have the experience, and I've not taken the exam, but you said "or." And again, this is a legal, I know "or" and make a difference, right?
Yes, and we get the bills and then prepare bill analysis, so I don't have much say over how that language is drafted. But I will say under E, you're kind of safe in that because this part does not prevent a licensing authority. So the way I read that is that we could still abide by education, testing, and everything that we have presently under our statute that is required for comedy.
We are considered the licensing authority for that.
Yes. The language is boards, commissions, or other agencies. So licensing authority means any state regulatory board, commission, council, agency, established by statute or rule that issues any license. I think that's covered, Robert.
I'm nervous because we're under so many of these bills come in here to attack licensure, which I understand the premise behind occupational licensure. I've never understood the premise behind professional licensure being attacked. I mean, again, we've got a lot of attorneys sitting there, and if we said you don't need a license to do this, we can just go get anybody to stand in front of the state Supreme Court or whatever it is. That seems to be very, very problematic. So I just get nervous when I see these things, that they seem very convoluted sometimes.
I understand, and we are seeing a lot of these bills that move towards deregulation. Speaking on behalf of the department, I can't really say either way. However, I think I'm just here to inform you of the bill, so I'll just want to be careful of how I approach that. Yeah,
I understand, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, absolutely.
I just want, for the board's sake, the two things that bother me is even when it says licensing authority, it says "or committee in the executive branch of the state government." It doesn't specifically call ours out, but that I may be making more of that.
Yeah, and I think, it's very broad, and so you read on its, on the plain face of the statute, that would cover this board.
As long as you're confident we are the licensing authority, and somebody else could not claim that they are.
The legislator created this board to
Right.
regulate these professions.
Okay.
So I highly doubt that they would write a statute that contradicts. And if they did, that'd be another issue. But as I read it, I'm very confident in that. There might be other people who disagree with me, but I don't know.
And the other thing that bothers me is the "or" statement in 3, or statements in 3. So,
Susan?
Maria, I'm scanning this really quickly, so
Absolutely.
I may have overlooked it. I don't see where it says they have to fill out an application. It doesn't, to me, I read this as they automatically are licensed without filling out an application.
There are statutes like that across different states. As I read it,
Never mind.
Okay.
Frank just found it.
okay.
Ricky.
I respect definitely your legal opinion is knowledge is higher than mine, but that doesn't stop me from thinking this will be used in a way that is not apparent, and I think that this is a step to weaken licensing laws, and what we'd be left with is whoever has the weakest licensing law in the country will become the common denominator. I think that's where this is heading. And so I think that it needs some language tweaks. I'm not saying with some language tweaks it couldn't be okay. And I know we don't have power to tweak that, but I think that this is potentially a problem.
I understand that, and I just want to go ahead and give you guys a heads up on the bills that I'm talking to you about today. There's no secret that the push is for deregulation, and so that's what's happening at the legislature and just kind of across the country right now. So that's not a secret that that's what's they're trying to get at with this language. But the department is. We comment on these and provide feedback, and we hope to always protect the health, safety, and welfare of the state of the citizens of the state of Tennessee. And to the extent that we feel a bill introduced would compromise that, we do state that. So that's always our position, to do what is best to protect the public.
Alton.
All right, I'm going to prove how dense I am. I have the same concern that Robert does on number 3, where it says the state required the person to pass an examination or to meet education, training, or experience standards. And tell me slow and tell me twice how E helps mitigate that. Because that's talking about an interstate compact with other jurisdictions. It doesn't necessarily say that our own rules may supersede that. Remember, slow and twice.
So I will have to look at that further to really see how it compares. And sometimes when these bills are introduced, we don't know the effect, and they're written in a way that maybe they don't understand the effect. So my reading of it was that E would allow for this board to continue to require comedy through what we have in place right now.
But it says.
But I see what you're saying about 3 and the concern that comes up with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, we're being invited to make comments?
No, I don't think so at this point. I just kind of wanted to keep you up to date on. Yeah, provide you information as to what is happening with the legislator right now.
Can we make comments?
Yes.
Okay, I want to say this in the best way possible. Okay. I think as individuals and citizens of the state, you have to be careful because there's ethical obligations that you have as a board member to not lobby for certain positions. So I will need to double check on that, actually, because then obviously you have a voice as someone in the profession and just a citizen in general. But as far as commenting in your capacity as a board member, those comments can be submitted to me, and then the department as a whole comments on bills, and we provide bill analysis. And that's something that goes through, I'll look at it individually, and then that's submitted up the chain all the way to the commissioner's office for approval. And so those comments, per se, on this bill language has to be approved by the department. So I just want to be careful in that, and I hope you understand the delicate, role that we have to play as.
You've been very diplomatic.
Thank you.
But what I hear you saying, we as a board cannot make a statement or broadcast a concern regarding these bills.
I think that would be wise.
Not to make a comment?
Yes, I mean, I think if you want to make a comment, you would go directly to Maria.
Hey, Maria.
No. Not in this venue, but like more of this is that she's just presenting this just for your review to see what's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just want to reassure you all that in the legal department and within the department as a whole, we are well aware of the effect of these bills, and we have a close eye on them, and we have a voice in communicating these concerns. And you're not the only board that, this is a red flag. And so that's just part of the dance right now with these bills and some of the push for deregulation. But we are very aware of that and do our best to get that across.
Frank?
I've been trying to go through this real quick.
Let's come back to you.
The first part, the A part, basically says, shall issue a license to a person upon application if all of the following apply, and then it goes through 1 through 9. And then you've got a B, C, D, and E, which are equal to A, I'm assuming. And C of that says a person who is licensed pursuant to this section is subject to the laws regulating the person's practice in this state and is subject to the licensing authority jurisdiction. Well, all this other stuff, they still, first of all, I was trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve or what we're trying to dilute. But this seems to cover that. In other words, it's saying it has to meet our requirements. You can't have a state, Mississippi decided to make everybody an architect and say, okay, everybody in Mississippi is an architect and we have to accept that. That's not the way I'm reading this. And that's the reason the ors don't mean a whole lot to me.
Well, but that does, in the same document, you have those conflicting statements, which to me are
I didn't
conflicting.
write it.
That would be my concern.
It looked like it. No, I tend to agree with you, but
The language conflicts with our current
language. Means what,
Ricky?
I think we'd get legislative pressure if we start denying people licensure, and somebody can say, but they have a degree. They didn't pass a test, but now we have a law that says you are unlawfully restricting this person from coming in and practicing. And I think that would be some kind of pressure on us, if not a direct order. But I want to back up and say I agree, Maria. You said it well when you said this is being presented to us, but our mission of this board is health, safety, welfare, and that can't change. And other bodies, that's not their primary mission. There's all kinds of other things, financial pressure, political, whatever it is. And that will only change when the next thing happens, the next loss of life, the next event where, a lack of architecture or engineering causes a big problem, then priorities elsewhere might shift back to health, safety, welfare, but ours can't change. And so that, I think you said it very well, and that has to be our guiding light on everything.
Thank you. Well, I think we've expressed ourselves.
Thank you. next?
Steve, if one more.
Okay.
I guess the one I want to understand, there's several titles and chapters that are modifications are proposed, but ours is Title 62, Chapter 2, Part 1. So how does this doesn't take away anything that's in the current code? It adds to it. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
And where would this fit in? It just says it goes in Title 62, Chapter 2, Part 1.
This is Chapter 76.
On Section 2, if you're going over the next page. Okay. Section 2 says TCA Title 62, Chapter 2, Part 1. Am I not on the right page?
You're on maybe.
Oh, I'm on a different bill.
Okay, yeah.
You're on 19.
Okay. Well, hold that question for the next one.
I was gonna say. Okay, so the next bill is House Bill 1945. You guys are gonna love this one. This bill authorizes a person to perform without a license work for which a license is normally required if the recipient of the work acknowledges the person's lack of licensure and waives claims against the person.
Really?
Yeah. And
what is the department's comment on that?
Good idea.
This department doesn't have a comment right now. What it is that this is more of, it's not really a discussion item. This is more of just, this is what's coming through, and we're just kind of letting y'all know. So I'd just kind of like to leave it at that if we could, but because we have a few more, I think.
Okay, anything else on that one, Maria?
That is all on that bill.
And let me ask you a quick question though, but this would basically, this would make everything a contractual relationship. You would get any kind of remedy to something through a contractual relationship with somebody. It would not come in front of our board to be. So,
as I understand the bill, if I wanted to hire an engineer, but they were not a licensed engineer, so they wouldn't really be an engineer anyhow, and they were not licensed by this board, and I entered into a contract with them acknowledging the fact that I know that they're not licensed. That means I forfeit all rights against them to come and file a complaint against them in that capacity.
and I'm gonna, and I, that's what, but, and I just want you to, this is not against the bill, but it's a health, safety, welfare thing that is a consideration, because actually the home builders kind of have a similar issue where they have unlicensed contractors that are building houses, and I think they're introducing some legislation that will say you have to put that with the deed that this house was built by an unlicensed contractor, so that somebody in the future understands that as well. And when you look at public works, for instance, if I'm building a bridge and a public entity comes into contract with somebody who may or may not be qualified, because the public entity could say, oh, we know you're a good guy, you've built a couple bridges before, we're going to do it. Then there's nobody at some point in the future to be held accountable for that, and that just opens up to me a huge Pandora's box of who's ultimately accountable for that project. So anyway, okay, I know.
This is Senate Bill 1652, and this is a good news for our board. It extends, as you all know, sorry for a little background, we went this summer, I think it was, to the Government Operations Committee. What page? I'm sorry, I don't have the iPad in front of me. What page is that?
The legislative update starts on page 46.
No, I'm not even sure that this one was included.
I haven't found it either.
It's all it does is it extends this board for 6 years. So the next sunset hearing for this board will be June 30th, 2026.
What's the bill number again, Maria?
Senate Bill 1652.
That's on mine on page 44.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. And that is all for the legislative update.
Thank you.
Mr. Parker, under the legal update, we also have another legal issue that I believe Shalene is going to present regarding a contract modification.
So we had previously requested, I believe in April 2018, permission to hire an outside expert to render their opinion on a specialized area. And we have exhausted the contract amount with that expert. So the initial contract amount, there was no specific amount that was given to this board. There was just a range. But it was a $25,000 contract, and we have exhausted that. So what we need is the authorization of the board to enter into, not only have we exhausted the contract amount, but the term as well has expired. So we need to enter into another contract with this expert for an additional, I would suggest it be higher than $25,000 because there was additional billings that were sent to us. We exceeded the amount of the original contract. I would, I don't want to necessarily say a range, but I would request at least up to $50,000 additional. And in the event we don't use the funds, there'll be no harm, so to speak, meaning there'll be no funds withdrawn. But just so in the event that the case should go to hearing, or we need additional information or work or review, that is available. So I would request an additional authorization to continue in entering into a new contract for additional amounts for additional term, meaning a 1 to 2 year term.
Are these the invoices on pages 42 and 43?
Yes, I believe so.
No, I'm sorry. These are on page 26. I think your agenda says 28, but when I look at the iPad, it starts at 26. Directly after the legal report.
Are you saying that they were allocated $25,000, but they're going over? Well, they've already gone over that based on the two invoices on 42 and 43.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Where does that money come from? Out of our budget, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Any discussion?
I'm assuming this is the 96-page report.
Yes, sir.
Which will require a motion, I'm sure.
So how much more do you think we did? I'm sorry, I was looking at the invoice.
She wants to go to 50 instead of 25.
What about the term?
Extend it to 50, or you're saying an additional 50?
An additional 50.
I misunderstood that.
New contract.
Shalina, what term were you proposing?
I was proposing a term from present to December 31st, 2021.
Is this for expert witness? Sorry, is this for expert witness or preparation for testimony?
Possibly both.
Is this also to pay the extra over and above the contract?
Yes, the
Okay,
additional
so we obviously need to pay
overages.
that. Okay.
Right, those need to be paid.
Ricky?
In terms of the amount to increase or an amount for a new contract, since this board voted on a complaint and has a, I guess, a ruling on our end in terms of a penalty. If that penalty if that consent order is agreed to, and will any further consultant activity be needed if that's agreed to?
No, we won't. We will not require any more services from them. So we have outstanding invoices right now, I believe, of $7,323.75 and the $5,440 that need to be paid. And then if this case concludes with the signing of the consent order and payment of the civil penalty and the other requirement of the laws and rules, then we will not need any more.
Would it make sense to just approve what we need to now to cover the bills that the charges that have occurred, and should the consent order not be accepted, then we take that up in April with the.
If you would like to do that, that's perfectly fine. I can come back before you and request that, but we do need these current invoices paid.
Alton?
Quick question. Do we have the authority to impose those costs on the respondent if they don't prevail?
Correct. If we prevail, then we can impose those costs. We can.
Does it have to be entered into our recommendation to do that?
No.
Okay.
That would be separate and apart at the hearing.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? I'll entertain a motion or a motion.
One last thing. It appears that the additional amount that we need is somewhere over $1,000. $13,000.
Understand? Let her
Yes.
answer.
75.
It's 1,000.
No, the two invoices currently outstanding, which I need authorization from right now, is the $7,323.75 and the other invoice for $5,440.
Is that above what was originally out? That's
Yes.
Oh.
That was above the original allocation that we had made.
Who made the allocation?
This board was requested to authorize us to retain an expert.
Oh, I agree with that. And the expert was, the value that the expert provided was terrific. I'm not saying it wasn't worth that, but how did we establish the value? How did we establish? Did we establish that in the budget somewhere, or was that recommend? We didn't know. How did we know what the value of that was going to be? Did they submitted a proposal for that work?
No, it was just a $25,000 contract initially.
And they spent $13,000, correct?
In excess, yes.
Above and beyond. I'm sorry. That was that was the link I was missing. Okay. So they already spent their 25, and now they spent another 13.
Correct.
Oh, thank you.
So it seems like a cleaner situation to go ahead and approve the additional funds that have been spent so they can be reimbursed, and then handle anything above and beyond that separately.
But the second part of my question was then, should we amend our recommendation and ask for what we've already spent over the budget to be reimbursed?
That won't be necessary until we go to hearing, meaning, yeah, if there's a hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Ricky?
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve spending the money to pay the bills that are outstanding that are above and beyond the $25,000 original limit. whatever that exact number is.
$12,763.75.
That's what I was thinking.
Second.
Exactly.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Got one
All in
question.
favor?
Got one question. Was the proposal we were talking about, in other words, I'm going to call it an allowance of $50,000, was this to the Structures Group, Inc., or is this for any consultant that we might?
I believe it was for Structures Group, Inc., but it might have also, I never saw the invoices for the first expert. I wasn't involved. So I'm not sure. It might have been both of these experts that 25,000 covered, but they've exceeded that, meaning the Structures Group.
So you're saying we still hadn't gotten a bill from the other group?
Sorry?
Do you know that we don't have a bill from the other group, or
No, those bills are paid.
they're already paid?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any additional further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now, the original request was to add additional funds for future needs.
Correct.
So I entertain a motion.
What are those needs?
Well, I believe that now you've decided that you're approving these invoices that were
But we've already
submitted.
incurred.
Right.
Right.
And in the event that I incur or that this board incurs additional fees, I will make that request of the possibility of that occurring in the event that it's necessary.
So there's not a need for a motion right now.
Okay, Robert?
I mean, I think that's what I was going to say is, let's wait until we see what that scope potentially is or is not before we go out, put that out there. I think that's prudent.
Thank you. All right. So that has it then for our legal case report.
Yes, sir. I believe that concludes the legal report.
It doesn't. We actually have another one that's carryover from the Rules, Policies, and Laws Committee meeting from yesterday for Maria to give an update. But actually, we need to take a short break. I'm not sure if you guys want to break for lunch and come back, or just a short break and keep going. Either way.
Say short break for me.
We've got snacks. We can go forever with snacks.
Short break. 15 minutes.
Powered
As usual.
Yes.
We are powered by snacks.
We are powered by snacks.
Only because we're forced to.
I know it's a good problem, but I gotta go to Brentwood to get it, so it's the.
Are we live? Welcome back from recess. Let's continue.
We've got an extinguished visitor.
Yeah, something like that, right? Yes. Hey, guys, Toby Compton, the Assistant Commissioner for the department. Hope you guys are doing well. Obviously, the legislative session's kicked off. It's in full gear. Left here last night. I had 2 emails. After lunch, I've got 67 that need responses. And I said, I'm going to go see the A&E board. That's where I want to go. I'm going to go hide out on the first floor.
You've really been desperate for that.
Yeah. But hey, things are going well. We're monitoring and tracking. I know y'all got the legislative update a little bit ago. We're monitoring and tracking a number of those things. It's so early in the session right now. Yeah, as you all know from your time and experience, these things can change and amendments will pop up. And so what you see today might not be what we see in March. So we'll keep you guys up to speed. If there's anything I can do, any questions y'all have for me, I'm happy to field them. By the way, while y'all been meeting, the Rolling Stones are going to play Nissan Stadium on May the 20th. That's news you can use right there.
We need
So-
another break so we can get tickets.
I can get you tickets.
One quick thing. Sorry.
Said he would get his tickets to
Yeah.
the Rolling Stones. On record.
And let me say this publicly. First of all, I want to thank Maria for kind of leading us through that last little bit. I think historically we've kind of had a little, that process was a little different. And I think we were all used to kind of the old process. And we just want to make sure that we're all on doing it the way we need to do it and go through what we need to do. And I think we all kind of defaulted to old things. So thank us for kind of squeezing us in gently. So appreciate that.
Well, there are several regulatory, not just that would affect you all, but across all of our boards and commissions. There's several bills that we need to monitor and watch and have some discussions about. Welcome to the board. Y'all have a good meeting. If I can do anything, let me know.
I will do it.
Thank you.
I'll be upstairs. I'm dressed down just because I need to go read legislation.
Thank you. Okay, Jennifer, I believe we're back to the director's report. No,
Not yet.
Not yet.
We have the carryover from the board meeting, or the committee meeting
That's
yesterday.
right. Okay.
Okay, so last meeting, Kathy, you asked just to kind of go over the difference between a law and a rule and policy. So I just wanted to brief you guys on that, and also let you know that I can send you out, a write-up of all of this after the meeting if you'd like to read it on your own. But I'll just kind of go over the how all this works and how it's defined in the statute. So the overarching law is the statute, which is promulgated by the legislator. That's Tennessee Code annotated, and that's where the board is created. And then as far as regulatory agencies, we operate under the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act, UAPA. And that kind of gets into very broadly that different agencies can create rules. So specifically to the A&E board, in our statute, it is 62-2-203, and that is where the legislator gives the authority for this board to go through the rulemaking process. And usually the way it works is that rules will expand more upon the statute, and because you all are the experts in your profession and these rules are drafted in conjunction with your input, then we can kind of get into more of the intricacies and of the profession. So that's where your authority for rules comes from. And then one thing I did want to kind of explain is the policy. So that's kind of been a hot topic when we go to Government Operations Committee, where the legislator reviews rules. And it's important to distinguish that there is a difference between rule and policy. So policy can be created and approved by the board and posted to the website and available to the public. But policy should not create any new right that would affect a citizen of Tennessee or a licensee. So policies can expand upon rules that you all create, but it cannot create restrictions or anything that would kind of be a barrier, I guess, for licensee. So anything to that effect has to be in rule. I'll just read you real quick because it's a good synopsis. Policy means any statement, document, or guideline concerning the internal management, and it does not affect the private rights, privileges, or procedures available to the public. So that is the overarching view of things. So you all have the authority to promulgate rules and amend rules, and then you also have the authority to create policies that would expand or explain said rules, provided that they are in conjunction with that excerpt I just read. And then, of course, the statute is left to the legislator. Sorry for being long-winded. Try to keep it concise. I can follow up with this handout for you all. And then I noticed when Ben was in his orientation that the orientation manual actually has really great kind of write-ups on this. So we can resend that out too, if that'd be helpful, just to freshen up on everything.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from anyone? All right, let's move forward to the director's report.
At long last. We're talk about the grant amendments. It says 75, I think, on your iPads, but I believe we're 2 off on our numbering, which might be the agenda. So I think it starts on 73 of your iPads.
Page 73, thank you.
Yes, sir. So the situation that requires a board vote is that previously ETSU's grant included, and you'll see on the bottom of page 74, the Studio Rome Fellowship. And that was going to be a really great program that they were going to use some of the grant funds for. Unfortunately, the dean reached out to us and let us know that they did not have any takers on that, which is surprising, but evidently the case. So they have submitted a revised grant, and you'll see on the bottom of page 77 that is stricken. The Studio Rome Fellowship is stricken, and on the top of page 78, you will see that what is revised is a Studio Rome workshop. And they've been careful to make sure and put in there about the benefit to the students and all of the things. So they would still like to use the funds and not default those funds, but they would like to use them for a workshop instead of the fellowship. It just requires a board vote.
Okay. Susan?
I'll make a motion that we accept the change to the grant proposal.
I second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Should probably point out it has no net effect on the budget.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, Ricky?
I approve the Italian connection as well.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
All right, financial data starts on page 79. No big surprises in there. Let me know if you have any questions.
I do have one quick question, and it's a general one. Getting ready to go to the Southern Zone meeting, are there any problems we're having with NCAAS as far as passing money back and forth, or anything that's causing issues for you all that we need to try to hammer with them? Okay.
No, not that I know of.
I mean, every once in a while there's something that happens, and it's good to get them face to face and yell at them. Okay.
In the way of just general updates, Maria and I are scheduled to go to Washington, D.C. next week to go to the new member executive director and attorney conference. We have a couple of meetings already set up, one with NCARB specific to the carryover hours and our rule that we're trying to push through. So we have some good meetings set up. We're going to get some good information and be able to report back to the board.
Great.
Also, I have some updated numbers for you guys. I think that at one point you all liked updated active licensee numbers. And so for active architects, we have 3,651. Active architectural firms, we have 1,983. Active engineers, we have 13,839. Engineering firms, 4,888. Interior designers, 319. Landscape architects, 393. And landscape architectural firms, 187.
Hey, Jennifer, would you mind emailing that to me? I usually include that in the presentations to colleges about just what our registrations numbers are.
Yes.
Susan?
Yeah, is that in-state or in-state and out-of-state on the interior designers? Because that's like a 80-member drop.
I'm sorry, what member drop?
Okay. Would we have out-of-state and in-state registrants? Is that just in-state?
These are active Tennessee licenses.
So we've dropped.
It's for interior designers is 319.
That's a significant drop from our last report.
And do you guys know when the last report was?
I think it was maybe back in October.
Maybe October?
Yeah.
October. I can look back at the minutes.
Okay.
In October.
Anything else on those numbers? And if you will send those numbers out to everybody, that would be great.
I will.
Thanks. And does that conclude the director's report?
I have one issue to present to the board and just want to see if the board wants to maintain a current policy. And this is in keeping with what has been discussed earlier today on the letters of caution and letters of instruction. The board currently has a policy that when a registrant has a license or certificate of registration to practice architecture, engineering, or landscape architecture in another jurisdiction revoked, suspended, or voluntarily surrendered as a result of disciplinary proceedings, the registrant may be subject to disciplinary action before the board. If the other jurisdiction imposes discipline less than the action stated above, the registrant is routinely issued a letter of caution by staff. The purpose of the letter of caution is to advise the registrant the board has been notified of the disciplinary action and puts the registrant on notice to avoid similar infractions in our state. And this may be something that we want to just bring up now, and then maybe a committee could discuss it next time. I think might be the best scenario. The policy is that if they are licensed or if they are, reprimanded, disciplined in Alabama, but they're licensed in 8 different states, when we see that they have been disciplined in Alabama for less than suspended, revoked, we issue the letter of caution. Then it could be cyclical. It could be an endless cycle if then South Carolina does it, North Carolina does it, and so it's just an endless cycle. So we issue one for the same infraction. Because it does not go in their disciplinary file, it does not go in their disciplinary file. Right. Yeah. But it is in their file. So if a public records request were received, it would also have that action. And while it wasn't a formal disciplinary action, it is a part of their file. And so that is something that the board may want to consider, is if you do still want to continue opening those administrative complaints and issuing those letters of caution, knowing that it will be in their file, even though not specifically in their disciplinary file. And it may be something that a committee needs to discuss next time.
Do you want us to discuss it in what committee would discuss that?
Rules and policies, laws, rules, and policies.
That's right.
Would be.
And we only had 3 that were actually in person yesterday, so it wasn't really the most appropriate time to talk about it. So I do want to bring that up so that it's in the forefront of your minds and perhaps put it on the agenda for the committee.
I think that's a great place to go discuss it, but the question is, it says it goes in their file. So if the, I'm trying to say this, when you research, when we have an applicant and they apply for licensure in the state of Tennessee or renewal or whatever they're doing, can we see the discipline in another state if that has already been, its course is run? So my question is we've got that letter in their file for us, so we know there was an incident in another state. Would we lose visibility if, for instance, they had a 2-year whatever they had in the other state? Would we lose visibility on that if that letter was not in our file?
No, we would still have the information that they had been disciplined in another state, but there would not be an administrative complaint opened and a letter sent to them, but we would still maintain that information.
Okay.
Ricky?
I'll mention this in the last couple of NCEES meetings we've been to. They talk about this issue. They call it piling on, and I can't remember whether letters of caution are included in piling on, but for this committee, it would probably be good to get some input from NCEES on where they are and other states are on this. It might help us in what we're trying to do with our policy.
And I would just like to add, this was kind of brought up. If it's a situation where a sister state requires 2 more continuing education hours than this state does, and sometimes people, are licensed in various states, and we all make mistakes and get confused, and so it could be something as small as like a 2-hour deficiency in CPE. And that letter of caution, whenever I look in a licensee's online file under enforcement, a letter of caution comes up. So this person could have a spotless record, but in Alabama, 2 hours sufficient, and now they have this on file with us. And if somebody were, in theory, to have a public records request for all disciplinary action or anything regarding this person's file, I mean, that could be subject to release. So you just don't want to, it's up to the discretion of the board. But it is something to consider.
So a letter of caution from the state of Tennessee
It just doesn't, yeah.
does not state that it does not further state that it's not a disciplinary action.
So the content of the letter says this is not a formal disciplinary action, but we are going to maintain this in your file, in your permanent registration file. And that's the nature of the letter that is currently being sent out to licensees. It's just kind of a way of saying we have our eye on you. So
Kathy was first.
What are the options? Is there anything other than yes, no?
Well, there's always options, but the question is, do you want to continue issuing a letter of caution? Because it is part of their file and could theoretically have a negative impact on them.
Do we currently issue the letter because it's codified that we have to, or is it just good practice, or or is it a case-by-case decision? I thought I heard you say earlier that staff does it automatically.
The policy is that staff, and I looked in your rules and your statutes, your rules, and your policies, and it is an actual policy of the board so it is the policy that we open that and we send them. We open an administrative complaint, and then we send them the letter of caution, and then we close the administrative complaint.
So we could modify our policy and affect a change on this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Susan?
Because I haven't gotten a letter of caution, do we state in there what our concerns are, that you had insufficient continuing education, you didn't pay your, renewal fees? So it's in there what they did. So if an open records request is given and they see that they missed 2 hours of CEUs, their good judgment would say that's not the end of the world. But if they had a malpractice or whatever, that would also be stated in letter of caution?
Maria's going to pull up a letter of caution just to confirm. I don't know that we specify. We know that this specific incident happened in Alabama or South Carolina or whatever. I'm not sure. I think it's more vague language.
Yeah, it's very broad. The language is that our board has received a copy of an order which you were involved in, and the language is we caution you to exercise due care in your practice in this state.
So then the person that's requesting the open records report could go to Alabama then and get the information. But see, I don't think that's a bad thing. To me, we're protecting the health, safety, and welfare, and then they can go find out if they want to, what's happened in Alabama or Kentucky or anywhere else. So that's just my opinion.
But what I want to understand is, but the Alabama decision would be in our file, wouldn't it?
Yes.
We were sent. So if we were looking in our file, or somebody was, they would see that our registrant had this disciplinary action in Alabama without the letter of caution.
Well, that's an excellent question, Ricky. Let me check and see, because what we're notified by, let's say NCAAS or NCARB, they notify us of any disciplinary actions. And I presume that I'm still so new to the actual details of what happens with my experts, and I don't know if Wanda P. knows. But I can find out if that gets saved, that notification gets saved in our file.
I think that would make a difference. But as Susan said, it would be some indication something happened in Alabama, maybe without our letter of caution is serving much of a purpose at that point.
When we get files for review, I always check to make sure
that they don't have disciplinary action in their file. And if they do, then I have to download that and then do an administrative complaint because of the disciplinary action that's in their file.
So it's in there. It shows that they had a disciplinary action in Alabama.
Correct. Yes.
About applicants?
Yes. Yes.
But we get notifications if another state takes disciplinary action.
Correct.
Okay, automatically. Yeah.
So what
That
happens
also.
to those? Are those notifications scanned or saved into
Right.
that person's file?
Right, and then I send it to legal or the complaint person.
So regardless,
But it's always in their file.
regardless of whether we open a letter of caution,
Yes.
it's gonna
downloaded to their file.
It's downloaded to their file.
Yes.
And that remains in their, at the risk of sounding like a third grader, their permanent record.
Right, exactly.
Forever from now on.
Right.
Okay.
It's not removed.
So then an opens records report would show what that was?
Correct.
Okay.
So the question presented to the board, to the committee, sorry, next time is going to be, do you want to maintain that standard of practice? Is it, as Mr. Bersai eloquently stated, piling on? How do you want to handle that? So, food for thought.
I also recommend that before the committee meets, that a copy of a letter of caution be provided to us, so we sort of know what our language is.
Blair, just for my own benefit, can we get a copy of a letter of instruction, a letter of caution, and a letter of warning?
Sure, I can give you like templates that are routinely used, and I will say they're similar. So,
Thanks, Maria.
Thank you. So we will, for the next board meeting, then we will set up a Law and Rules Policies Committee meeting. Thank you.
Yes.
And is that it for our director's report?
Yes.
That is it. Okay. Committee reports, new business. How about Engineer Committee?
We met, we deliberated, we were judicious, wise in all our decisions.
How did that happen? Pretty amazing.
We had one application which we approved. We had one question that we deliberated on. An individual who's working for a federal agency requested that his, or asked whether or not he should I guess he asked our consideration of putting his license into the inactive status. I think all of us sort of agreed that we didn't think that was a good idea, but the staff came back with a proposed language to forward back in response to his question. Okay, that's not it. We have it somewhere. I know I've got it in the notes somewhere. I won't read it out loud, but maybe I will read it out loud. It's short, I promise. Your question was presented to the Tennessee Board of Architectural Engineering Examiners at its February 2020 meeting. Based on the narrow set of facts provided, the board was unable to ascertain a definitive answer to your inquiry. The board strongly encourages licensure in the event that you will be practicing as an engineer in the state of Tennessee. Please keep in mind that there are instances where federal law may not require an individual to hold a PE license in every state where the licensee is practicing. However, the board does not have jurisdiction over federal law. In this case, you should consult with your agency and determine the statutory purview that the Office of Surface Mining, in this case, operates under, and follow the appropriate licensure protocol as recommended. Please note that this communication is not intended to be legal advice. Always.
Famous last words.
Tony would be proud.
So, anyway, that's the response going out. Well, we all felt like it was important based on what this person was doing that he maintain a professional license. But I think probably all of the other practice divisions, practice disciplines got the same thing. The revisions to Rule 0120-05-.04, the basic requirements for architects, basic requirements for engineers, basic requirements for landscape architects, and basic requirements for interior designers. the changes that were proposed in those. I hope everybody has a chance to review those or has reviewed those. Some of the things were like eliminating the carryover provision and requiring that the 12 hours of continuing education begin each year. We get a lot of those audits where somebody waited until nearly the grace period and then did 24 in 3 days or something like that. So I'm glad for that. We know that there are there's about to be, and there's already ongoing deliberations about approvable paths to licensure. And from, I think all of us agreed with Casey's expert guidance and recommendation that we need to probably meet those and be prepared to deal with them. I mean, Kathy's already been instrumental in helping cobble together a definition, version 7, for engineering, which is also critical. But there are 4 other provisions that we think are going to be or become issues. Decoupling would be one. The technology degree is one. The provision of a master's degree in the focus of whatever your practice is, potentially with or without an undergraduate degree in that focus, and then the international comity provisions. And what we've done is, because Casey and we agreed that it would be important for the board to have some recommendation, is we've broken those things down, and each of us is going to take some level of responsibility in developing, helping develop a recommendation that the engineering committee will all meet on and agree with, and probably have 6 or 7 versions of that too, I suppose, by the end of it. So we've made those assignments, and each of us has our tasks that we need to prepare for. So that was, I think that was it. Southern Zone meeting is in April. I think it'll be after the April board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Law and Rules Policies Committee.
I got the distinct honor and privilege of chairing that committee because our fearless leader, Rick Thompson, was out. I also want to thank all the architects for entrusting an engineer with their part of the continuing education. I'm fairly confident that I improved it quite a bit from where you all started. But what we discussed yesterday was, if you remember, we had a rule change that we sent over probably a couple years ago, and it's kind of been in the process. We had this alternative path to continuing education, which allowed for a calendar year renewal versus your license renewal date. And again, I think that was pushed in large part by NCARB and some of the initiatives that have happened with multiple state licensure to be able to have one date that all your continuing education is due. Well, as that went through the process, the date that was in there originally, 2021, became problematic for getting everybody caught up, because it was some people, by the time it got approved, would be a year behind when it got approved. And so the big change was we put the year 2023 in there. It sounds like we're going to have probably a rulemaking hearing in June, I think is kind of what we discussed. If I'm off a little bit, then it may be, which should give us enough opportunity to kind of have that through the system by the end of the year, first of 2021. So we'll just have to see how that goes. But then that should give that year plus grace period that doesn't put a burden on those people for continuing education. The discussion, we had a visitor that was concerned about the people that would have, for instance, if you're licensed, if you want to go to calendar and your license was renewed in July, and you had your 12 hours, then how that would carry over for the calendar year, and some discussion on that. And while I think we have decided that we probably ought to just generate a couple little diagrams or something, or with a calendar saying if you get yours here, and kind of how we treat that. But that's not urgent since 2023 is out there, but we need to think about that a little bit, so that the staff has a good way to kind of say, okay, you got yours here, it applies this way, and we've got a little template to kind of go by, and then people that are doing that, and we don't have confusion. Maria or Jennifer one came up with the thing is basically you would have on the application that I am a calendar renewal or I'm a license renewal, and you could change that back and forth, which we discussed. I was kind of stuck in the mud on that until you're right. We can change it based on the different cycles that you want to go through. So, for instance, if you got, as you're starting out and you want to stay with a license renewal date, but if you get 10 licenses, you go to a calendar renewal date, and maybe later on you want to go back to a license renewal date. But it's just an alternative that we have in the rules, and so that we'll start through that process again. But it's a good discussion. We've got a couple small things to do, but I think we'll be in good shape with that. So, any questions?
I have one addition. I forgot to mention that, and this is going back to the engineering committee meeting. If nobody has any questions for Robert about what I just kind of slept through a second ago, sorry. Kathy had prepared, because we anticipate that the definition of engineering, when it goes through the submittal process, may have questions about why. Kathy also prepared a purpose statement for why we went through this activity and why it was important. So we've also got that on record too. Sorry.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any other questions for either committee? Seeing none, let's move on to the committee member designations. Each of you have been provided a list here of the committees that we are each on. Ben, this will be the first time you've seen this. What I'm suggesting are some changes, shifting people from one committee to another, and that's what's before you. So I don't know that this takes official action. It does take official action. So if you would take a minute to look at this and see if this is...
It's the chairman's appointment, right? Does it take official action since it's the will of the chair?
Chairman's
I wouldn't think it would.
Let me just check the rules real quick. I have it pulled up.
Could I ask how many people are rotating off the board in June besides me? So there's three.
Well,
maybe.
I'm ready to re-up.
You're ready to re-up.
I'm
Are
ready
you going to
to
re-up?
re-up,
Okay, then I'm the only one that's leaving. Maybe. Huh? We think.
We think.
We think. Okay.
True. And there are many.
So the new appointee would take over my position on the committees, but I don't think it would be fair to ask them to chair the grants committee once I'm gone. So.
I know what you're fixing to do, you rascal.
I think let's wait until we get to that
Yeah,
point.
but I'm
I
just,
mean,
I'm
we got
just
time.
having a conversation while she's looking up some,
Yeah, we've got
items. So, in August, that would need to be reassigned, so.
But I also think, I think of Steve, who has been chair of the outreach committee for quite a while, I think. I don't know if it's time to shift around or whatever and share some of the love, but I think those are opportunities for us to think about in the future. Steve, you may love just to keep on moving in that.
And we can make a motion to approve this list. I think that'd be the best route.
Okay, the safest
Yes.
the safest approach is
Absolutely.
to make a motion.
And is this effective like today or starting in July?
This is effective today. Why not today? Yes, today.
Blair.
So,
Blair,
yes.
I think since what Susan has said, why don't we go ahead and make Elton the chair of the Grants to Higher Education Committee? Susan would still be on, her name would still be on there until she's not there. But
That's fine with me. I don't see Elton over here kicking and screaming. So that'll be one adjustment, one additional adjustment to this list. So with that, this was my recommendation. Do I make this a a motion? See, that's where I thought that this was the chair's prerogative, chair's list.
I think it's always been chair's prerogative.
Chair's prerogative. Said vote. Do you want me to make a motion?
Please do.
I make a motion that we accept the list as presented by our chair, and that the change for Alton to be Grants chair would be also accepted.
Thank you. We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Ayes have it. Any additional new business for the board?
It's not new business, just I don't know if y'all saw the email from Rick Thompson. He's running for Secretary of NCARB. Did I read that right? Just something to be aware of.
Region 4.
Region 4, okay, yeah, okay.
Region 3.
Region 3.
Great. Anything else for the board?
I have one thing I'd like to just kind of bring up about the legal report. Like traditionally we present the legal report, we read the cases into the record, and then we discuss. But we've been trying to streamline that process and with other boards, and what we do is we send the legal report. We'll do this before about a week or so before the actual meeting, and we'll send the report to Jennifer, and Jennifer will actually send it out to y'all, and y'all will review it. And then when you come in to the meeting, you'll have your questions. We won't actually read the report into the record because it becomes a record anyway when it goes into the minutes. But what we actually do is we'll be here to answer any questions you have, and you'll have all the recommendations and everything else. And it just kind of streamlines the process. The time to actually read it into the record is kind of, sometimes they can get lengthy. So anyway, I was going to propose that to maybe do this the next meeting and just try it out. And if y'all like that process, we can continue to do it, or we can go back to the old way.
I do have one question about that. Seeing as how these meetings are televised and anybody that wants to can see what goes on in the meeting, how would they know what we're talking about?
Well, they would see it in the minutes. Eventually, when the minutes come in, they could go back and pull that up. But that's usually how they would actually see.
They were interested.
If they were interested, right? And there's a lot of boards that do it this way. I mean, basically, all but a few.
Would it be possible to, when we come in and read the case number, maybe a 1 or 2 sentence synopsis of the case, just to make sure we're kind of talking about the same case?
And I'm glad you brought that up. I meant to say that also. What we'd actually do is give you a little summary or just a little synopsis of what it is. Like, this is the alleged violation. This is our recommendation, and this is the reason why. And then at least you would see where we're trying to go with that case.
The Cliff Notes version.
Right.
Susan?
I think it'd be fine if we get them in time, and I know you all can't always, juggle the schedule, so we get them in a reasonable amount of time. To me, at one point, we were getting things 2 weeks in advance, and we had plenty of time to read them. Getting them on Sunday or Monday before we're cramming to get everything out the door to leave on Wednesday really may not give us enough time. If we have a week or two, I think that'd be great, But I know everybody's learning, everybody's new, and giving grace, to the situation. If y'all can help us and give us more time, then I'm fine with all that.
I can have it ready. You just let me know. I can have it ready a week before, or.
Yeah, I think a full week is fine. from my perspective. Robert?
That's usually what is the timeline on the other boards too.
Okay. Robert?
Thank you. I mean, that's a good point about how people in the audience keep up with some of the stuff that maybe we don't have. So my question, and this is, we're live streaming all this. Is there the opportunity to just attach? I know, and like on a GoToMeeting or something, you can have a document embedded with the video so that as you're going, you're sitting there looking at people and listening to what they have to say, but you can on the side, you can click that document and open up to see, oh, they're on item number 6, it's this agenda, so that they can kind of follow along if they're so inclined to do that. And I don't know if that's technologically, and like I said, I know on GoToMeeting you can do that, but I don't know what the state system is set up to be able to do. And that would let people, if they want to know what the details, they could just click on it and pull it down and start looking at it. So I didn't know.
Something we'd have to bring up with, I don't know.
I don't know either, but I mean, you could just, everything that's on the iPad, you could just pop out there and then they could kind of follow along with where we are and see everything that we have access to, which may keep us from having to read so many things, because it's there. So just a question, I don't know if that's possible or not.
I think that'd be great.
I think it would too, but until that time, the idea of having a quick paragraph that basically summarizes what this next item to discuss is, I think that would be helpful. So, any additional business to come before the board? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion to adjourn.
We have a motion.
Second.
And that's all we need. That's right. Thank you all. You're right.
Longest meeting in history, baby.
Way to go, Blair.
It's
Way to go,
somehow,
Blair.
somehow it's on my name.